cometh from the Lord who made the heavens and the earth. He will not suffer our feet to be moved. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, the Christ, Lord, we thank you for another day. We thank you for being who you are, sovereign God, Alpha, Omega, beginning and the end, first and last. Have mercy upon us today, Lord. Have compassion on us today. As we, your people, are here in this honorable house today, it's an opportunity to do what we have been elected to do and assigned to do for the people who caused us to be here. Blot out our transgressions. Forgive our sins. Heal our land, please. Heal our land. We know that you have the whole world in your hands. And because of this, God, we celebrate this day. We worship you this day because you are an awesome God. And so, Father, right now, bless the honorable members, our Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and his deputy. Lord, today, as we go forward, we ask for your peace that surpasses all understanding. We bind up principalities and we cast on everything that seek to exalt itself against the knowledge of God and bring it into captivity to the obedience of the Spirit right now. We say, have your way today. Your kingdom come and let your will be done. And you have taught us to say,
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our
trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Good afternoon again, honorable members. Honorable members, to second reading and committal of bills. But I understand, honorable members, that there's a desire to go back on the order of business and that there is no objection by the opposition. So we go back to first reading of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you indicated, we wanted to go back to read three bills that we need to lay as they form a part of the budget package. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
Order that the bill be brought up. Yeah. Is there a second now? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the first time. A bill for an act to amend the Port Authority Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for the first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
For the first reading of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
A bill for an
Is there a second? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the first time. A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for the first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Further, first reading of bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resource Jurisdiction and Conservation Act.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the first time. A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resources Jurisdiction and Conservation Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for the first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resources Jurisdiction and Conservation Act.
Further, first reading of bills. Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended, the Honorable Member for North Abaco had reserved the floor on the second reading in committee of the appropriation bill. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco.
Speaker, I rise to speak on the strength of my own, but on the strength of Almighty God. Who is great and mercy, so let me be here where I am. I rise today to speak on behalf of the proud and the people of North Africa, who fought 50 decades on the faith 3 years ago. Now, and without them, my faith here today will not be possible. So that was the speaker I was standing here. Now, Mr. Speaker, a nice moment I look at the back bench over there and I see configuration. That might disturb others who normally sit the front bench on the other side. You know, I want to know this, right?
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to take it to
Some.
with the audio system of this House. As you would know, Mr. Speaker, we are in this new budget period looking forward to correcting the deficiencies in this ancient place. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, I do move that the House suspend for 5 minutes while we get our technical House in order.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do suspend for approximately 5 minutes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the business of this House suspends for approximately 5 minutes.
All right.
Honorable members, we trust that we are past that mild disturbance in the atmosphere. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco.
Yes, speak to me once. Once he speaks to me, I am guided and I listen. And I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, in his strength and on no strength of my own, but through his grace and mercy. And upon the shoulders of the fine, hard-working, and industrious people of North Abaco who sent me to this place 3 years ago. Let me begin by once more expressing on behalf of my wife and family our profound condolences to the families who lost loved ones during the passage of Hurricane Dorian. Please know that our prayers and thoughts remain with you, and we will continue to work through the process of bringing your hurt to closure. I'd also like to extend condolences to my colleague, Ellsworth Johnson, the member from Yamacraw, who laid to rest his sister in Bimini on yesterday. My brother, we are praying for you and your family. Mr. Speaker, I extend condolences to the family of Elva Roberts, family in Treasure Key, who is also related to the Edgecombe from Cooperstown, and they will eulogize her this week. Our thoughts and prayers remain with them. Also to Edith Ambrister Clark, who tragically lost her son in a traffic accident, a 16-year-old young man, 2 nights ago in Little Abaco. Mr. Speaker, this accident impacts 2 families, as another young man was driving the vehicle that resulted in the death of this young man. And I want to assure them that we are praying for them all at this time. Yesterday, my colleague from South and Central Abaco recognized the Bethel family on the passing of Patrick J. Bethel, whose reputation is renowned all throughout the Bahamas as an educator. In fact, my high school was renamed in his honor. And so, Mr. Speaker, I join my colleague today in extending those condolences to his family. I'd also like, Mr. Speaker, to extend condolences to the family of Laurencia Walks, a 10-year-old girl who lost her life. She was killed tragically in the neighborhood of Bel Air community, which resulted in 2 homicides, a neighborhood where I reside. I'd also like to congratulate the Deputy Speaker on his recent outstanding achievement in his pursuits to higher education in this parliamentary business. Mr. Speaker, I begin by saying, in my humble view, this budget which we debate likely represents the most socially conscious budget in the history of the modern Bahamas. Of the near 45 million paid out by NIB to displaced workers, of the near 29 million, of the 29 million committed in grant and loan support to small businesses, we've instituted, Mr. Speaker, a National Food Committee to coordinate public and private sector partnerships to feed the vulnerable in our country. We've given millions more, Mr. Speaker, to fund social services, to touch those where they hurt the most. And so, Mr. Speaker, to hear the side opposite say that we were inconsiderate or are inconsiderate of the poor is offensive.
Very much.
It's offensive, Mr. Speaker, but I know they don't mean that this is politics. This is politics.
Throwing blows. We throwing blows back.
And if you have nothing to say, Mr. Speaker, my Grammy said you should say nothing.
They don't say that.
But I leave that where it is. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Prime Minister, for putting forward a budget, Mr. Speaker, in the most challenging of times that makes sense for the Bahamian people, and to remind them that it is still the people's time. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak deliberately to my people of North Abaco. The past 3 years have been undoubtedly plagued with a number of challenges for us in North Abaco. But we continue the long and challenging and hard road to recovery and restoration. We do so following the most unwelcome visit to our shores by one Hurricane Dorian, a ferocious Category 5 storm which decimated our island, leaving behind widespread destruction, damaging thousands of homes and several schools and clinics and government infrastructure. Mr. Speaker,
Dorian was the worst storm to make landfall in the Bahamas since 1851, when these records first saw their genesis. When it was all over, Mr. Speaker, Dorian had left behind a total of $3.4 billion in damages, according to the IDB. Almost twice as much as our projected revenue for this upcoming fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, this clearly underscores the severe difficulties that we as a country are facing from a fiscal standpoint as we continue to balance ongoing recovery efforts in Abaco and Grand Bahama with the continued provision of normal public service to the rest of the Bahamas. It is no secret, Mr. Speaker, that the majority of the Bahamas' population concentrated on the island of New Providence, and that much of our family islands remain largely unvisited by them. But for those of us who knew Abaco pre-Dorian, when traveling to my island, place of my birth, in the wake of the monster storm, the beautiful gem that we knew, it's virtually no more recognizable. Mr. Speaker, one would only need to fly in on the approach over the Leonard Thompson or Trejakia International Airport, and you would have witnessed something totally, completely different than what you had seen before. In a matter of hours, Mr. Speaker, entire livelihoods were completely erased. Homes, belongings, and yes, even loved ones and family members lost their lives. Mother Nature ruthlessly violated our peaceful island. Mr. Speaker, as an Abaco Member of Parliament, I can recall the absolute fear and feelings of trepidation while being advised by researchers and meteorologists that the strongest storm ever to pass through the Atlantic Ocean was about to make a direct hit on my island. Mr. Speaker, this was a very challenging time for us, dreading the moment when Dorian would make landfall in central Abaco and the Keys. I recall sadly having to balance the duty of personally warning residents to leave and seek shelter immediately while facing the grim reality that this storm, some call Category L, was about to mercilessly wreak havoc on our beloved island, changing the lives of Abaconians and Grand Bahamians forever. Mr. Speaker, what do you do now after seeing entire communities erased, observing only tiles and damaged kitchen appliances and property and foundations that serve as a chilling reminder and geographic indicator of where homes once stood? Steel frame buildings, crumpled and discarded like pieces and bits of paper. Looks as if, Mr. Speaker, that an atomic bomb touched down in central Abaco. The only response to such a disaster, Mr. Speaker, especially for the industrious people of North Abaco and Central Abaco and Grand Bahama, is to rebuild. That's the only result. That's the only thing that we must do, rebuild. And we must rebuild bigger, better, stronger, and more resilient, Mr. Speaker, than we were before Dorian. Now, I hasten to tell you that the road to recovery has not been paved with gold. We've found many challenges on the way to recovery. We've also met, Mr. Speaker, I believe, a lot of opportunities. Along with the Managing Director of the Disaster and Reconstruction Authority, Catherine Forbes-Smith, and her team and local government practitioners, I participated in a number of town hall meetings following the passage of Dorian and the establishment of the authority. And Mr. Speaker, I will touch on some things that perhaps my brother minister responsible for the authority will come back to later. But I must speak to my people today, Minister. I must speak to the people of Abaco, people of indomitable spirit. My people, land of my birth, where my navel spring is buried, and where my family still live. my brothers and sisters and their children, the place I call home, North Abaco. And so these meetings serve two purposes. Firstly, they were to inform constituents of the recovery efforts of the government and the authority. And secondly, they were to listen to what the government might be able to do better to help them to recover. Because sometimes we get the impression on the island that other people think they know how we should live better than us. And so we wanted to hear their concerns and hear what we could possibly be doing better to cause them to recover from the circumstances in which they found themselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, the government established the Disaster and Reconstruction Authority last December, just last December now. And it launched its small home repair program in Abaco on the 10th of February. Now, bear in mind, as I stick a pin right there, that COVID intervened in March. The authority was established in December, started its work in February, then it established its office. And so, despite us being able to work in Grand Bahama and Abaco during the lockdown periods, people who work for the authority still had to be careful and mindful how they moved in and out of Abaco and Grand Bahama to effect repairs. I'm not making any excuses for them. I'm just telling you what the reality is, Mr. Speaker. I'm advised that as of the 31st of May 2020, more than 3,200 applications have been received from the impacted residents of Grand Bahama and Abaco, whose homes were destroyed or damaged during the passage of Hurricane Dorian. Of this number, Mr. Speaker, there's some 1,073 applicants from Abaco, of which almost 60% of those have already been approved to receive funding to assist with renovating their homes. Those remaining, Mr. Speaker, are either still required to upload additional documents or are pending approval. I'm advised that some $1.87 million has already been spent in the form of purchase orders that have been issued to homeowners for the purchase of construction materials from hardware supplies in Abaco and in Grand Bahama. I want to encourage my people, Mr. Speaker, to get their documents as much as possible into the small home repair office in the government complex in Central Abaco, or upload them online where you can, because I know in some places you can't, in an effort to complete your application for processing. I understand persons in the Keys are also registering, and I want to encourage all Bahamians living in the Keys, in mainland Abaco, who meet the criteria to continue to register for assistance. It is up to the homeowner, Mr. Speaker, to complete the registration with all the required documents, and so the process can move as quickly as possible. If there are challenges with the registration process, let us know so that they can and might be urgently addressed. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to advise that the office is open in Abaco, and I trust residents will take advantage of the opportunity to receive much needed assistance, because I think the authority, I know for a fact the authority sent some of its leading managers there today to North Abaco. They returned as quickly as they could after we start to ease some restrictions and to be able to return to domestic flights. They returned to Abaco and they're there now, and they're going to be there tomorrow doing some follow-up work. I'm also pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that in the light of COVID-19 pandemic, the authority is now able to continue program registrations and home assessments in Abaco through the use of an RV that has been donated by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the Rotary. And so this will allow the process to be taken on the road so that those individuals who are unable to come to the complex or to upload online will be able to be assisted in the process. The program will now be able to move throughout the northern communities. It is also envisaged, Mr. Speaker, that the Technical Assistance Program, in conjunction with the UNDP, will assist with the implementation of best practices with regard to reconstruction. Mr. Speaker, there have been a total of 32 temporary housing dorms erected in Spring City, with an additional 173 to be erected on the properties of various homeowners while they monitor the rebuilding of their homes. I'm advised that this process has begun today, June 8th, and the authority is currently working along with social services to ensure that persons meet the criteria set. There's only a couple of stipulations, Mr. Speaker. One would have had to have had his or her home destroyed as a result of Hurricane Dorian, must be a Bahamian or either a senior citizen or from a disabled family or a disabled person or a family with minor children in order to qualify. Mr. Speaker, we are also working through the authority on permanent housing solutions for the residents of Abaco. The authority is completing an agreement to construct 46 homes in Central Pines, Abaco. And Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas will be responsible for the provision of the land, the development of the infrastructure, and the selected company will then construct the homes with increased levels of resiliency and incorporating Build Back Better policies. Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind Murphytown Abaco that this potential also exists for them, as we know that there's Crown land in Murphytown that is available for this purpose, and we're looking at it very seriously as to how to work with the modalities to make this possible, if it can happen in short order. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, a pre-qualification notice has been issued to the entire public inviting Bahamian businesses to submit proposals for the development of a mixed-use residential development to be constructed in Spring City and Wilson City in Abaco. Mr. Speaker, 2 60-acre lots have been provided by the government for this development. Provides for us a wonderful opportunity for a public-private partnership where developers can go in on the land provided by the government, put in infrastructure, work with the modalities with mortgages to see how best we can provide homes that are much needed in Abaco, in Central Abaco in particular. Mr. Speaker, to date, there have been mountains of debris that have been cleared, so much so that debris management sites have now become overwhelmed. I'm advised that the debris management site in Spring City has already been expanded due to the excessive volumes of debris left in the wake of Hurricane Dorian. This again emphasizes the absolute mayhem that Dorian unleashed upon our communities. To remediate this issue, Mr. Speaker, the authority has published requests for proposals for debris management, to which 63 companies have already responded. Mr. Speaker, the RFPs are currently being developed for the demolition of the Treasure Key Airport building, as the authority examines possible temporary housing solutions for a new facility. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think it's appropriate to say right here now that, you know, you had to have known Abaco before Dorian in order to appreciate how long we have come, how far we've come. And then visited, and I say this often, and then visited immediately after, or been there like I was when Dorian passed through. And when you walked out of the government complex, you couldn't recognize your surroundings. You simply couldn't. Everything gone, the place in complete disarray. And then you had to go back after to see the progress that we were making incrementally, albeit, but progress nonetheless. And to go there now and to see how far we have come, despite the challenges that we have faced. I'm not saying that we're there yet. We have a long way to go. We still have a lot more work to do. But it's a journey. It's a journey. And that's why you always have to watch the expectations of people so that they don't get them up too high and then they're disappointed because you're not able to achieve it. So you have to manage it. And you have to realize that we were hit by a storm unlike any other in the history of the Atlantic storms. To appreciate how far we've come from and to go back there and see the resilience of my people, Mr. Speaker, makes me proud every time I go home. Makes me very proud. sure the Minister of Education will speak more to this, but Mr. Speaker, construction is ongoing at the S.C. Boodle High School in Cooperstown. The primary school is just about complete, if not completed. Central Abaco Primary School is well underway, making good progress because we wanted to get these schools ready because they serve as shelters. And we already know that we're in the hurricane season. I'm very proud of the work that the people in Green Turtle Key have been doing to the Amy Roberts all-age school, which is well underway. And they told me that this week they might be able to start pouring some beds and getting ready to put on the roof. And that's tremendous progress. Industrious people down in Green Turtle Key and in Abaco Keys, industrious people. There remains some work to be done at the school in Grand Key, but I want to take this opportunity to thank the new developers of Walker's Key, and I have his name someplace down on my notes, Carl and Gigi Allen, who've been, symbols of hope, who've been so benevolent in their giving to our people. And they have done quite a bit of work on the school in Grand Key. Yeah, we still have a lot more work to do. And I know we're going to get it done before the season really comes upon us in a detrimental time, and in time for our kids to return to school. With respect to assisting our entrepreneurs in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, Mr. Speaker, the Small Business Development Center has already approved 49 applications for funding for the residents of Abaco. Yeah, that's pretty good. Over $760,000 in grants, some $570,000 in microloans, and $335,000 in guaranteed loans have been received by business owners on the island of Abaco. And when we say grant in this government, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister always says this: a grant is something you don't pay back. That's a grant that we give to you because we believe that your business is viable to the community and necessary. And we know small and medium-sized businesses are able to withstand exogenous shocks to the economy, because those mom and pops kind of businesses, they cater to the community. And so when we come to places like this where we are now and we're challenged in our touristic environment, they continue to turn over the small economies. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce that the authority and the government have identified a location on the development of a community center, hurricane shelter, in central Abaco. This project is being developed through the deepening of our diplomatic relations with the Republic of India, which I will touch on later. So in North Abaco, when you don't see me as often as you'd like, and we're off on our diplomatic missions, we're still working for Bahamians, working to secure the economy and security of our country. And we're going to deepen this relationship with India, which inures to the benefit of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, perhaps of the greatest importance to the people of Abaco is the restoration of electricity. I'm aware of the burdens that many Abaconians are currently experiencing. Hurricane Dorian completely obliterated the electrical grid in central and north Abaco and in the Keys. Transmission and distribution systems were completely destroyed. BPL is working feverishly along with the Ministry of Public Works to ensure that homes are properly inspected and reconnected in the quickest time possible. BPL is also working to bring temporary generation sites online in an attempt to bring much needed relief to the residents of Abaco and the Keys. I want to get them off them generators. It costs money to run generators. Money in an environment that money is scarce to come by. And so I want to commend the minister responsible, the member for Carmichael, for the hard work that BPL is doing to return us to a state of normalcy. Thank you, sir. To date, electrical supply has been restored in the areas of Cooperstown, in Foxtown, in Blackwood, in Crown Haven, in Fire Road, in Woodkey, in Cedar Harbor, and in Mount Hope. Supply has also been restored to parts of Mose Island, Central Abaco, and Green Turtle Key, with ongoing work, the transmission and distribution systems on Manawar Key and Elbow Key, Hope Town, as is better known. I trust that my honorable friend from Carmichael will also shed light on these matters when he takes to the floor in this place to present in this debate. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Executive Chairman of the Water and Sewage Corporation, for the Honorable Member for Long Island. He's not here today. I'd like to thank him for the work that they continue to do to restore our water supplies in Abaco and the Keys. On the 23rd of May, the corporation signed 2 groundbreaking contracts, just under $2.5 million, I think it was, to assist our post-Dorian recovery efforts in Treasure Key and in Marsh Harbor, where substantial infrastructure was destroyed as a result of Dorian. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are making progress. Still got a long way to go, but we're making good progress in restoring our island. Mr. Speaker, only together with the government, the international community, the private sector, and non-government organizations, domestic and foreign, civil society, are we able to respond to a catastrophe the size of Dorian. And so, Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to offer my sincerest gratitude to the numerous NGOs that have assisted us in this fight. The Bahamas Red Cross, United Nations Development Program, Samaritan's Purse, Church by the Sea, UNICEF, the Life at Key Foundation, the Albany Foundation, All Hands and Hearts, the GEMS organization, Idea Relief, which continues to move about feeding people in Abaco, just to name a few. I mentioned earlier Carl and Gigi Allen, who are so good to us in Grand Key, Beth Warren and her family, who are helping to restore homes in central Abaco, in places like Dundastown and Murphytown, and doing a great job. And so many more, Mr. Speaker, that I don't have time to mention. But I want them to know that we appreciate them all for what they're doing to help us to restore our lives. Mr. Speaker, for any country, making the hard decisions of restricting movement and implementing tough policies or facing the harsh realities that even many first world countries are now experiencing, which are seemingly innumerable cases of the virus and thousands of accompanied deaths, seems like an easy choice. But the difficult economic impact to citizens, however, is an unfortunate consequence. COVID presented us one of 2 choices. Stay safe, survive, or just run loose like some countries did in Europe. I don't have to name them. I'm the foreign minister. I don't need to name them. We know who they are. Where the thing just spread like wildfire. Or put in some constraints, some controls, where we were able to keep citizens safe. But then we have to balance, how do we keep citizens safe and then cause the economy not to go to a dead stop? I'm reminded, Mr. Speaker, and I think you're familiar with the story of the lepers, 11 lepers. You remember that one? In the New Testament, outside the city. Were they in the New Testament? 10. Okay, my pastor friend over there say 10. No. Well, you know you're making him a pastor. He's praying well now. Right? He's praying well now.
I get no day soon.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the 10 lepers came to the city wall, which was bound, closed, shut. Because the enemy was inside the city wall. Kings, right? That's where it comes from, the book of Kings. Yeah. Plenty pastors here, Mr. Speaker. It's easy to preach in here. And so they came to the place where they said, if we stay outside the city wall, we ain't got no food, we could die. But if we go inside the city wall, we might live. So, Mr. Speaker, they determined that rather than staying outside the city wall and die, they would go inside, and they did. And they found the city open, vacant for their possession. Because God had already removed all of the enemies. Not one enemy in sight. So they were able to go in. Michael, they were able to go in and enjoy the fruits of the city. We can either stay outside this wall and know we can perish for sure, or we go in the city and live. That's all this comes down to, you know. Stay safe and get the economy moving again. Regrettably, the Bahamas will not be spared as the economic conditions worsen. And this has been outlined in detail by the Deputy Prime Minister during his introduction of the 2020-2021 budget. Tough decisions will have to be made in the days and months ahead. However, by the grace of God, the exercise of fiscal prudence, and strict management of our resources, we shall overcome, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to stand here and wring my hands and woe is me, woe is me. I'm a man of faith, and I believe as long as God is in the vessel, we can smile at some storms. I'll go a little further to say, St. Hans, God didn't bring us this far to leave us now, He brought us from a little fishing village, this country, into now a little mini metropolis. And I believe God ain't finished with us yet. We still got some ways to go and some land to possess, some ground to cover. You hear me, Golden Hills? Garden Hills, you hear me? We still got some lands to possess and to conquer. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership in this COVID experience, and the team from the Ministry of Health, and all of the public servants, and the former Minister of Health, for bringing us safely thus far. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been commended by his colleagues in the Caribbean, and we know of the story written by the British publication from the BBC. And so, everywhere I go, people say to me, say to the Prime Minister, and I'll say it here publicly, thank him for the wonderful job that he has been doing leading our country through these crises after crisis, and particularly in this moment of COVID. Just before I leave Northern Abaco to address the ministry for which I have carriage, Mr. Speaker, permit me to say to the people of Little Abaco that we are working with the Chief Counselor on your cemetery. We're very close. The Chief Counselor and his local government people, we're very close to erect your much-needed cemetery. The land has been identified. There are some things that we need to do just to correct it. I also want to say that the bridge that connects Little Abaco and Great Abaco, which was destroyed during Dorian, has been contracted, and I expect that the minister will speak to that as well, because we expect that work will start on that, will begin on that very soon. We're also currently in the process of dredging the harbor, as the minister spoke to yesterday, in Cooperstown, which will provide for us a second harbor in Abaco. We have to open it for Dorian because the Marsh Harbor Harbor was, the harbor, the port and Marsh Harbor was completely destroyed by Dorian. And that port played a pivotal role in the way that we were able to get much needed supplies and assistance into Abaco. So I know that we still have quite a ways to go, Mr. Speaker, but I also know that we have made positive steps in the right direction. I only ask my people for their continued hard work and teamwork and cooperation as we together build back bigger, better, and stronger and more resilient Abaco. Mr. Speaker, I now move to my portfolio items for which I have carriage. In 2017, the government of the Bahamas mandated the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to strengthen, enhance, and grow our country's relationship with the international community. Likewise, we were also tasked with doing our part to strengthen our country's security and economy. Today, I can report that we continue to make our best efforts toward achieving these mandates. We remain steadfast in our exertions to protect and preserve our country's sovereignty while keenly executing our policies, both at home and abroad. And so I take this opening to publicly thank the committed staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their patriotism and resolve toward making our country the best little country it can be in the world, despite the many varied challenges that we face. To date, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has accomplished much of what we set out to do in this budget period. We're very proud of the hiring of 8 qualified and extremely focused young Bahamians, foreign service officers. They've undergone the requisite professional training in preparation of their role in protecting this country's interests, wherever they are assigned. A vibrant, committed team of officers, critically important in transforming the ministry and for the advancement of our foreign policy. It's good to see the leader of the opposition here. Member from Cat Island, Rumkins in Salvador, because I want him to take a look at the back bench. Just glance over his shoulder. Glance over your shoulder.
Go look back.
I'm on there, man. Waiting on you.
I mean, you just rip me all the time, man. Just look over your shoulder. Look over your shoulder. Look over your shoulder. As we forge ahead and seek to establish greater diplomatic relations, gain more strategic presence, and become more actively engaged, as members of the international organizations, we seek to recruit and prepare new officers to take on these challenges as soon as our fiscal circumstances are better. The training programs offered within the ministry and government services to all staff is a critical element for progress in my ministry, given the opportunities of international training are currently curtailed. The creative structure within the ministry will allow room for optimal growth and productivity. Stringent measures outlined in the budget are not expected to compromise the integrity of the work to be done in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and its overseas missions. The strategic placement of officers in key positions is critical to the efficiency and effectiveness in the operation of every section of the ministry. To this end, the recalls and postings of Foreign Service officers will be slightly delayed at this time and will be considered in the near future as we advance in our new normal operational procedure. COVID has caused us to make some adjustments, Mr. Speaker. As it relates to our regional international partners, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to strengthen and improve our relationship with regional and international partners. Nowhere was this more demonstrative than during and in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, when the world came to our aid. I take this opportunity once more to thank the many countries, international organizations, private sector, and civil society groups that came and remain with us to assist us with our rebuilding and restoration efforts. Once again, we can attest to the support that the Bahamas has received from our regional and international partners in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, I wish to express sincere appreciation to the United States, to China, to India, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, that is, who have generously donated much-needed medical supplies and equipment during this time of the pandemic. I take this opportunity to also thank the Government of Canada for its contribution of $5 million to the Pan American Health Organization to procure much-needed supplies for the Caribbean region in the fight against COVID-19. In the midst of a deadly pandemic, our pace of interaction with friends in the international community remains strong and continues to increase. With the use of virtual platforms such as Zoom, GoToMeetings, and Cisco WebEx, we've been able to hold bilateral meetings and participate in more meetings than usual. While COVID-19 has dominated much of the discussion, we have been able to speak to other important issues that impact the economic well-being of the Bahamas and collaborated with other countries to fight the immoral blacklisting proposed by the European Commission. The Bahamas, along with CARICOM countries and other impacted countries, will do everything in its power to ward off this atrocity. Due to the Bahamas being perceived as a high-income country, we found it difficult to attract assistance for rebuilding efforts in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. Much of the aid that has emerged for COVID-19 is not available to the Bahamas. You see, Mr. Speaker, they continue to measure the way that we can receive assistance and grants and overseas development assistance through a method of per capita GDP or GNP. And we'd like to always ask them to look at the vulnerabilities instead as a measurement that should be used for small island developing states like the Bahamas. For the most part, we can only access such aid when it is part of a regional package. For example, the European Union has provided $8.9 million to help combat the virus in the Caribbean. This funding is from a regional envelope that will be managed by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, or CARPA. And the Bahamas is able to access some of these funds via this agency. Other initiatives, such as the UN Secretary General's Humanitarian Response Plan, the UN Response and Recovery Fund, and the United Nations development program, COVID-19 response, are largely unavailable to the Bahamas. We are confronted not only with the disasters of Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19, the subsequent current economic crisis wrought by both, but also the disaster of an unrelenting international financial system that does not value the challenges faced by small island developing nations. It is a vicious cycle in which we find ourselves, but it's a cycle we must overcome through constant engagement with our partners and friends, together with ingenuity and innovation. Mr. Speaker, the recent events in the Bahamas and the world have highlighted the need for all of us to operate differently in all aspects of our lives. Hurricane Dorian and now COVID-19 changed the Bahamas forever. As we begin to move toward a new normal, we have to approach everyday life in a new way. In the immediate future, and out of necessity, the way we operate it will never be the same in our country. We must take the lessons that we have learned from the past and apply them, or we will be prone to repeat our past mistakes. The budget will challenge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take a different approach to achieve its goals over the next year. I've given a directive to scrutinize every portion of the budget to see where savings can be made and to expend funds only that which is deemed necessary. Travel will be severely curtailed, and we will endeavor to make use of virtual platforms to participate in meetings wherever possible. Of note, under the new normal, the 75th UN General Assembly will occur as a virtual meeting in September of this year, as will many other UN meetings for the remainder of this year. As the Bible says in Luke 12 and 48, Mr. Speaker, for unto whomsoever much is given, of him shall be much required. We as a country are blessed to have in our public service a pool of many talented individuals, certainly in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which I am privileged to lead. Together we will chart our way through the many challenges that face us as a nation and as a people. Through dedication and duty and continued delivery, the services rendered by those in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs during this lengthy and tedious lockdown period did not waver. Our services didn't waver in the ministry. We took advantage of the virtual platforms and met basically on a daily basis, senior managers and others, to continue on the work of the ministry. And I think this COVID environment taught us all in the Bahamas the expediency of using the virtual environment in order to go on. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report the return of the British High Commission to the Bahamas since its closure in 2005. In August 2019, the United Kingdom appointed High Commissioner to the Bahamas, Her Excellency Sarah Dixon. Subsequent to this appointment, the Bahamas has seen the reopening of the British High Commission on Wednesday, the 12th of February 2020. The reopening of the British High Commission allows the Bahamas immediate access to the British government as it relates to consultations and initiatives between our countries. As we seek to further enhance our relationship post-Brexit, on the 27th of November 2019, the Bahamas became the latest CARICOM state to ensure trade continuity with the UK, following on from the 10-year-old Economic Partnership Agreement, or the EPA, signed between the Caribbean CARIFORUM and the European Union. The Bahamas and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland have signed an EPA, which will come into force on the 31st of December 2020, this year. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our mandate to grow our international relations, the Bahamas officially opened an embassy to the Kingdom of Belgium and a mission to the European Union in Brussels on the 13th of November 2019, solely to protect and promote our economic interests. It is anticipated that our resident ambassador, Her Excellency Maria O'Brien, will deepen our relations with the European Union, which will give rise to the strengthening of the Bahamian economy, the Bahamas' position in the global economic market. Further, as a member of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Community, ACP, the Bahamas recently attended the 8th ACP Summit in Nairobi, Kenya, during December of 2019. During our visit to Brussels to participate in the opening of the embassy, members may recall that the Prime Minister addressed the ACP Committee of Ambassadors at the ACP House during the 14th of November, 2019. Additionally, I am pleased to report that on the 17th of February, Ambassador, Her Excellency Kevin Bain, an attorney at law, career civil servant, and former Foreign Service officer with expertise in trade matters, was posted as permanent representative to the UN offices in Geneva and the ambassador to Switzerland. We were all pleased to see Her Excellency Ambassador Bain preside over the 73rd World Health Assembly, where COVID-19 dominated the agenda. She was pressed into duty at short notice, and she rose admirably to the occasion. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the support we have already indicated that was given to us by the United States in bilateral relations between the U.S. and the Bahamas remains very strong. Since January to the present, there have been a number of significant achievements shared between both countries, of which I would like to highlight a few. In January of this year, I was among a caucus of Caribbean nations whose foreign ministers attended the Ministerial Roundtable in Kingston, Jamaica, hosted by U.S. Secretary of State, the Honorable Michael Pompeo. The high-level meeting provided a platform for discussions on shared democratic values and critical hemispheric matters, particularly security, development cooperation, prosperity, and human rights. Talks also centered on financial services, inclusive of blacklisting and de-risking, youth empowerment, education, and the diversification of the OAS, all critical to U.S.-Caribbean relations. On the sidelines of the formal meeting, I discussed with the Secretary the humanitarian support that the U.S. provided to the Bahamas post-Dorian and the rebuilding efforts, among other things. During the talks, I conveyed the gratitude of the Bahamian people, particularly those from Abaco and Grand Bahama, for the solidarity and support the United States offered to us in our darkest hour. The U.S. provided safe harbor and aid to some 400 Bahamian persons, as well as $34 million in humanitarian assistance during post-Dorian operations for the Bahamas. To date, the government of the United States continues to stand side by side with the government of the Bahamas as the reconstruction effort continues. Of note, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, has provided enough funding for Samaritan's Purse to continue its work with the rebuilding effort for the remainder of this year, 2020. To this end, Samaritan's Purse continues to assist with water, sanitation, help and shelter in the hurricane-ravaged communities, health and shelter in our communities that were ravaged by Hurricane Dorian. In January of this year, the U.S. Embassy, in conjunction with the government of the Bahamas, launched the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs to harness the full participation of women in the economy. In keeping with the priority of the government relative to economic diversification, the Academy hopes to spark business creativity by way of its educational curriculum, as well as through advocacy, financing, and monitoring, which could potentially translate into opportunities for Bahamian women. To culminate the month of January was the signing of the new Revitalized Air Services Agreement, which I participated in, along with my colleague, the Minister of Tourism and Aviation, which saw the creation of a more cost-effective and convenient aviation routes, in particular, increased direct flights from the U.S. to the Family Islands. As one of the main focuses of the government is to stimulate economic growth. This ASA will serve to increase the number of stopover visitors desirous of enjoying our vibrant culture and exploring the pristine waters of our archipelago. They will return, my friend. They will come back in droves. They will come back. Mr. Speaker, India, as I alluded earlier in my opening remarks, India was one of the first countries to visit the Bahamas after Hurricane Dorian and presented to the Prime Minister a check for $1 million to support the relief and restoration efforts. Subsequently, the India-CARICOM Summit was held in the margins of the United Nations 74th General Assembly during last September. During the summit, the Honorable Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, pledged a grant of $1 million for each CARICOM country toward community development projects. The Bahamas has submitted a proposal for the construction of a community center hurricane shelter in central Albuquerque. We simply await India's approval of the proposal. India, as evidenced by the support for post-hurricane reconstruction and COVID-19, has proven to be an invaluable friend, an ally to the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I move now to China. China's support and friendship for the Bahamas has been unwavering. China was amongst the first to give support in the aftermath of Dorian and throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. As it relates to hurricane relief, China provided an initial donation of $120,000 initially from the embassy in Nassau and $100,000 from the Chinese Red Cross, and a further donation of $500,000, which was deposited directly into the National Emergency Management Agency account. China has signaled its readiness to provide additional support to our recovery efforts. In August 2019, the quarantine and health requirements protocol for edible aquatic animals was signed in Beijing by the Embassy of the Bahamas on behalf of the government of the Bahamas and by the General Administration of Customs of the People's Republic of China. The exports of live lobster from the Bahamas to China are now proceeding. Further, the Bahamas and China also signed an air services agreement during the General Assembly of the International Civil Aviation Organization in September of last year. These air services agreements are intended, Mr. Speaker, to get more people visiting these shores of the Bahamas. And we figure there are a lot of Chinese with disposable income that would like to come and visit the Bahamas. And if they travel that long way, Minister of Tourism thinks that they're going to stay for a long time. They will not just come and overnight and go right back. And so we think this is an important thing to do. And that's why we did it. Our relations with other countries are of equal importance. During the early part of 2020, the technical arm of the ministry held in-depth discussions with the ambassadors of several countries, including Canada, Italy, Belgium, and Turkey. A number of areas were identified for technical cooperation and assistance. These areas included sustainable development, preservation of our oceans, and the blue economy, spoken eloquently to yesterday by the minister responsible, health, education, trade, and investment. As soon as it is practicably possible, these discussions will resume with the involvement of other agencies of the government, and discussions will also be undertaken with other countries. In February of this year, I presided over a very productive meeting with the EU representation in Jamaica. The annual meeting referred to as the Article 8 Dialogue was held in the Bahamas at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Meeting attendees included representatives from Sweden, Czech Republic, Ireland, Belgium, and Portugal. The ambassador and head of the Jamaica office agreed to take our concerns about blacklisting to the EU and to keep us apprised of developments regarding the same. We identified, Mr. Speaker, many areas of convergence relative to human rights, except we had one issue with the death penalty. We said to the EU that the death penalty remains on our books, and we'll have to go back to the people. There was an agreement to collaborate in the future on issues such as cybersecurity, climate change, renewable energy, and the blue economy. A future meeting is proposed for February 2021, with technical level discussions taking place in advance. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas, since becoming independent, has appointed 36 honorary consuls in various parts of the world. The primary purpose for appointing these persons was to assist Bahamians in distress, where the government of the Bahamas had no representation, either by way of a mission or a tourist office. These persons have truly shown their importance during this time when we are dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused so many of our nationals to be displaced all around the world. The secondary purpose was to promote the Bahamas and assist in building its economy. Presently, there are 31 honorary consuls, and the government of the Bahamas has begun a further review of various countries and jurisdictions where diplomatic relations can be established by this means. Mr. Speaker, on the 18th and 19th of February of this year, the Prime Minister led a delegation to the 31st Intersessional Meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, which was held in Bridgetown, Barbados, where a number of pivotal and germane issues of the community were discussed. Additionally, in the margins of the meeting, the Bahamas participated in bilateral meetings with Canada, New Zealand, and the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. CARICOM continues to be one of the strongest allies for the Bahamas. The coordination work we normally undertake in the global arena continued during the pandemic and proved to be particularly effective. During the course of the COVID-19 crisis, CARICOM met at the level of heads of government, ministers of health, ministers of foreign affairs, and trade and tourism to discuss and formulate responses and policies to address the multifaceted impact of the pandemic. The Bahamas will continue to coordinate its efforts with the Caribbean community as CARICOM member states are committed to unite and pool their resources to addressing myriad challenges that this pandemic has posed to our various countries. While on the topic of meetings, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight that the Bahamas was set to host the 50th General Assembly, GA, of the Organization of American States during the 9th through the 11th, which means it would have been going on this week in June of this year. The commitment to host the GA was undertaken at the 49th OAS General Assembly, which was held in June 2019 in Colombia. In accordance with OAS stipulations, a National Coordination Secretariat was established to spearhead and advance this project. The secretary was headed, ably so, by Dr. Paulette Bethel, a former diplomat, and comprised of a strong team of experts from my ministry and relevant government agencies. Today, I wish to advise that due to the current measures in place to mitigate the spread of COVID, the Bahamas decided to withdraw its offer to host the assembly. Discussions are now underway at the OAS regarding the date and venue of this year's General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, with respect to our candidacies, the Bahamas was extremely successful in its bid for re-election to the Council of International Maritime Organization, the IMO, placing 6th, as stated yesterday by the Minister, in the Category C. This is our highest position since nearly 30 years membership of the Council. A dedicated team comprising my ministry and our overseas missions, the Ministry of Transport and Local Government, Ambassador Denise Lewis-Johnson, and the team from the Bahamas Maritime Authority led the way for this notable achievement. They're to be commended for what they did. They worked really hard. This team continues with the work to get the Bahamas re-elected to the next IMO election. Fantastic team. Dedicated people, dedicated Bahamians who only look and want the best outcome for our country. Currently, much effort is being exerted toward the re-election of Ms. Marianne Bethel to the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. Again, as a result of the safeguards in place against COVID pandemic, at this time, the UN election, which was scheduled to occur on the 29th of June 2020 in New York, has been tentatively rescheduled to September. We continue to work, Mr. Speaker, in trying to delimit our boundaries. Members will recall that negotiations to limit boundaries between the Bahamas and those neighboring countries with whom we share maritime space are ongoing. These countries include the United States, the Republic of Haiti, the United Kingdom on behalf of the Overseas Territory of Turks and Caicos. The Maritime Boundary Delimitation Committee within my ministry continues to negotiate in the best interest of the Bahamas. The committee is preparing to hold the 4th round of talks with the U.S. before the intervention of the COVID pandemic. In similar fashion, preparations are underway to resume negotiations with the UK. My ministry, in collaboration with a number of stakeholders, including the Ministry of National Security, the Office of the Attorney General, is also in the process of drafting a ship riders agreement between the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos Islands. The Bahamas stands to benefit from such an agreement, as it would allow for the extension of our defense force enforcement jurisdiction and subsequently impede the flow of illegal migration and poaching, in so doing trying to prevent those from coming toward us from the southern quadrants, where we face most of our challenges. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the Bahamas was elected as a member to the Human Rights Council for the term 2019-2021. The Human Rights Council is an intergovernmental body within the United Nations system and is composed of 47 states which are responsible for the promotion and protection of all human rights globally. The Bahamas is one of the few small island states currently serving on the council, and the first member state of CARICOM to be elected to the body since its establishment in 2006. I'm pleased to report that the Bahamas is seen as an invaluable member of the council. We use our membership to keep CARICOM and other small island developing states abreast of human rights issues that impact their lives. The United Nations, as a result of Hurricane Dorian, Mr. Speaker, we've had the largest UN presence on the ground in the Bahamas than any other time in our history. This enabled us to further leverage our engagement with the UN system. The ministry convened a meeting with all UN personnel before they left the country, and we have committed to work in a more cohesive manner with the objectives of rebuilding after Dorian and concretizing UN relations in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the Passport Office, an office of which I'm very proud. You know, when we came to office, we had a lot of issues. St. Andrew would be familiar with these issues of all the complaints and reports that we had about Bahamas not being able to receive proper attention, especially for renewal at the Passport Office, because it was simply the explanation was simple, you know. The building was one that was not built for purpose. But under the leadership of Ms. Siobhan Dane, Acting Chief Passport Officer, the Passport Office has made an admirable progress during 2019, particularly in the area of public relations. This is evident from the much improved missives of approbation the institution receives now on a daily basis. You know, they ain't robbing us no more as they used to. On a daily basis now, we get you know, encouraging and kind words about good service. Much effort has been made to familiarize the public with the new Humatic system, which lends to an easier, safe, Humatic system is online, which lends to an easier, safe, and fast and secure online application process. Phase one of which, for the renewal of adult e-passports, was successfully launched on the 9th of December, and I want to thank my brother minister, the Minister of National Security, for participating in that ceremony on my behalf, as I was unable to do so. It was a tremendous stride made by the Passport Office. No, go online now and get all that done. Anywhere in the world. Indeed, an historical milestone for the ministry, and by extension, for the country. In the result, there has been marked improvement in the turnaround time for collection. On average, persons applying for passports at the new Providence office or online can collect their documents within 5 days.
What?
5 to 7 working days after making the application.
And that better than you. And you were good. You were 2 weeks, now you 5 days.
Persons utilizing the expedited service can receive their passports within 2 working days after applying. Likewise, auxiliary services that may be required under extenuating and emergency circumstances in New Providence remain available to the public. Applicants from the Family Islands and in other regions of the world can now receive their passports within 10 to 14 days following the application process. When using the expedited services, Family Islands and elsewhere can receive their passports within 3 to 4 days.
What?
And 5 to 7 days, respectively. That's a marked improvement. We can't in the ministry take all the credit for that. We have to give the former administration some credit. As they, yeah, as they were part of initiating the contract to get it done.
Many delays. Anyway, glad you sorted it out.
Following a 5-year interruption, passport services were resumed. This is good. This is a big one here. Following 5 years,
Military man there now.
following 5 years of interruption,
Military man.
we had passport services resumed in our Beijing mission in 2019.
When the pipe man there, pipe declared.
Yeah. That one they gotta get. Yeah, that one they gotta get the blame for.
You blame
Yeah.
the Aguilar. Yeah. out of town, and he was the minister of waste. They never made more foolish to the
Yeah. And so we now have passport services restored in Beijing. The restoration of these services was well received by our students and Bahamians residing in the region.
New hotel in South Africa.
For the period of 2019 to May 2020, July 2019 to May 2020, the passport offices enrolled 31,100 applicants, produced 33,004 passports, and issued 30,734 books. The revenue generated for this time period was $1,369,525.
$1.3 billion.
That's despite all of the books that we replaced that were lost, all the passports that we replaced that were lost in Grand Bahama and Abaco due to Dorian. Remember, we waived the fees on those documents if you lost it in the storm. We did that for the people's time. That's why we did it. Again, permit me to thank the staff at the passport office for the yeoman's effort made to replace passports lost during Dorian. In order to provide additional relief, fees for replacement passports were waived. Just told you that. Today, I'm pleased to report that the Grand Bahama office resumed full services on the 1st of November 2019, and our Central Abaco office resumed duties on the 11th of February 2020. We continue with our efforts in finalizing the logistical details for the establishment of satellite passport offices in Eleuthera, in Nagua, Long Island, and Exuma. I just want to say to the people of Long Island that your MP, your member of parliament, is very much involved in this. All of the MPs, as a matter of fact, are very much involved in this process, and we hope to get it done as soon as humanly possible. We had some issues with the fiber optic lines, and we're talking with the telco, BTC, but how we can get that done. Of note, the passport office mobile services remains operational for all family islands. The necessary network infrastructure and equipment are in place for Inagua, Michael, and Exuma to allow passport services to be offered to your constituents. However, travel to these islands to install the equipment was postponed due to COVID-19. It is now critical to have the capacity to renew e-passports for minors online, which will mitigate the volume of customers requiring such service during the upcoming peak summer season. My ministry is currently in consultation with the Office of the Attorney General to ascertain the necessary logistics related to this process. On the 23rd of March 2020, the passport office was closed to the general public due to COVID-19. Staff moved to work remotely and facilitated emergencies during this period. Staff are currently working on a rotational basis, and the issuance section of the passport office is open to the public the hours of 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. to allow individuals to collect their passports only. The enrollment section of the office remains closed to the general public for now. The Consular Division, Mr. Speaker, continues to work in collaboration with the relevant government ministries and agencies to facilitate the deportation requests and assist the repatriation of foreign nationals. The Consular Division was instrumental in assisting overseas missions with deportation and return of 101 Bahamians from the U.S. to the Bahamas during the period of July 2019, May 2020. These persons have served their sentences in the U.S. facilities for crimes which could range from drug offenses, physical abuse, and visa overstays. During the period of July 2019 to March 2020, the Consular Division assisted the Department of Immigration with the repatriation of 1,660 foreign nationals to their homelands. This figure includes 1,633 Haitian nationals and 27 persons from other countries. Further, the division continues to facilitate Bahamians in distress in foreign countries in collaboration with our overseas missions for the period of July 2019 to May 2020. The Consular Division, together with our overseas missions, assisted 368 Bahamians in this regard. For the first half of this budget year, 2019 to 2020, to March 2020, the Consular Division apostilled or legalized 6,93 documents, which generated a revenue of $1,179,400 $460, and I will not leave off the cents, 80 cents. For the period of July 2019 to March 2020, 2,241 visas were issued to foreign nationals with revenue generation of $901,162. Mr. Speaker, now I turn my attention to the office of the spouse. The office of the spouse of the Prime Minister continues with its effort toward empowering women and girls through diverse projects and programs. On the 9th of October 2019, and in commemoration of the UN International Day, the Girl Child, the office launched the country's first Women and Girls Mentoring Coalition in partnership with the Ministry of Social Services, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Health. The official ceremony was held at the Government House with greater than 500 young girls. 13 junior and senior high schools participated in the historic event. Since the launch of the coalition, the team has undertaken and successfully completed a number of projects. In response to the adverse impact of COVID-19 on many Bahamian families, the Office of the Spouse, in conjunction with mentors of the coalition, the Feeding Network, and other organizations, led several distribution exercises during the months of March, April, and May. In March, 168 families received food coupons valued at $50. And during the months of April and May, a total of 760 families received food packages in a similar fashion. The office has provided assistance to many persons in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. In September 2019, the office distributed back-to-school packages to displaced students that were housed at the Kendall Isaacs Gymnasium and hosted a two-day distribution event at Fox Hill Community Center to assist displaced teachers from Abaco and Grand Bahama. The office continues its collaboration with the Spouses of the Caribbean Leaders Action Network, and in January of this year, Mrs. Minnis was one of the keynote speakers at a two-day forum for adolescents, which was hosted by the First Lady of Belize. Further, Mrs. Minnis delivered motivational speeches and addressed diverse organizations and civic groups during the past year, including the International Women Forum, which was held in the Bahamas in September of 2019 at Lannis on Paradise Island. The school mentoring program, which commenced in October 2018, has grown tremendously, and during the past year, Mrs. Minnis has delivered numerous motivational and educational talks relative to gender-based violence, career paths, and entrepreneurship to girls enrolled in junior and senior high schools in the Bahamas. It's intended that the program and distribution of care packages would have continued in 6 family island schools, namely Abaco, Grand Bahama, Exuma, Acklands, Meguana, and Salvador, during the first half of 2020. However, we know COVID-19 interrupted yet again another promising program. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges with working remotely during the pandemic, the office continues its work in the coalition and has held monthly meetings via a virtual platform in a similar manner. Work continues relative to the planning of several projects that are in the pipeline, including a pending distribution of care packages for healthcare professionals, student savings program with local banks, and a collaborative international development bank funded project with SCLAN, or the association of which she's part in CARICOM, on gender-based violence for both girls and boys. Most noteworthy, the office is currently in the infancy stages of developing a collaborative project with international donors for the renovation of the south wing of the children's ward at the Princess Margaret Hospital. Also in the pipeline, and we can get these things in the pipeline, we don't leave stuff in the pipeline, is the establishment of a 4-week summer training program in partnership with the Coalition and Ministry of Agriculture Processing Plant Laboratory. This program would involve training for 15 high school students relative to processing preserves, example, mango, chutney, pepper sauce, and jam, using locally grown produce, and aims to include entrepreneurship among young people while promoting the use of locally grown produce. The program is set to begin in July, pending the lift of all the COVID-19 measures. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to handling of Bahamian nationals stuck abroad, as the world has not experienced a pandemic of this magnitude before, many countries, including the Bahamas, were without requisite policies for border closure and management of dislocated citizens. In the absence of such policies, guidance notes, the Permanent Secretary and senior management adhered to the existing consular procedures and advised Bahamian nationals abroad to shelter in their current location and to contact the nearest embassy, high commission, consulate general, or honorary consul in their jurisdiction. Most noteworthy, my ministry, through the embassies and consulates, ensured that distressed, dislocated Bahamians received and continue to receive, in some cases, assistance as deemed necessary. With respect to the repatriation of Bahamian nationals, permanent residents, and work permit holders, on Thursday, the 29th of April, 2020, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was tasked with the responsibility of coordinating the repatriation process for Bahamian nationals, permanent residents, and work permit holders that are currently dislocated abroad due to the closure of the country's border. To this end, a task force was established within the ministry to spearhead and advance the work required for the repatriation process. Ministry officials conferred with senior personnel from relevant government ministries and agencies, namely the Ministry of Tourism and Aviation, the Office of the Prime Minister, National Airport Development Company, or NAD, the Royal Bahamas Police Force and Defense Force, and Customs and Immigration Departments, the Ministry of Health and Bahamas Air, to develop a repatriation plan that gave rise to a structured process. The task force recommended that the repatriation process be done in a phase, with the first phase involving the removal of persons from South Florida area. On Friday, 2020, a total of 183 Bahamian nationals and residents returned home during the country's first repatriation exercise. Since the first exercise, the ministry, in collaboration with the aforementioned agencies, have overseen 3 additional exercises and facilitated the return of 311 persons. To date, a total of 494 individuals have returned to the country, and the ministry continues its effort in this regard. With respect to the ministry's proposed budget for 2020-2021, as we conclude, in light of the country's current economic forecast, my ministry, like all other ministries, is faced with 20% cut in the 2020-2021 budget and cancellation of all new spending requests. This cut equates to a loss to the ministry, to the gain elsewhere in the country, of $5.6 million in funds for the fiscal year. The ministry proposes that capital expenditure for 2020-2021 will include the refurbishment to the VIP lounge at the Lyndon Pindling International Airport, head office and passport and consular offices. It is also intended that repairs be made to the Chancery and residence in Washington and in London, and the final payment of $2.5 million be made to the Canadian banknote for the e-visa and e-passport systems. Mr. Speaker, even though we are faced with the arduous task of operating on a decreased budget for this budgetary period, I am happy to report that staff salaries, which equate to 35% of our total budget, are secured. That's something we continue to overlook when we talk about our responses to what we face in these challenges. This government determined that we would keep people employed rather than putting them on the public dole as best as we can. And we've been able to achieve that, and I think that's a remarkable achievement thus far. That is much noteworthy of mention. And in light of the current global economic climate, we anticipate a negative impact on revenue generation and project 60% of our proposed revenue. Nonetheless, we are determined to move forward in our quest to serve with excellence and have heralded that this upcoming fiscal year will be the year that we make the most out of less. We all are forced to make the most out of less. As I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, to the people of North Abaco, as your member of Parliament and as a government we recognize that this journey has been difficult, it's been hard. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that my constituency has been spared from an outbreak of the virus within our communities while we continue our ongoing reconstruction. You know, outside of Bimini, in Grand Bahama and New Providence, we got to recognize that we had no cases in these family islands. That should have come for something. That should have come for something. We press on. We press on. We press on, Mr. Speaker, not in sorrow, but in the hope of a much brighter tomorrow. Standing side by side as Abaconians, ever resilient in the face of crisis. North Abaco, while today may seem bleak, tomorrow looks great for you in Grand Bahama and for the Bahamas. We will continue to press forward as an island, as a country, united in love and in service. The journey continues now as we experience what may be a great reset in our country, notwithstanding the severe hardships that the world now faces. Perhaps when the history books are written, and there'll be enough time to write them, you know, to say what we didn't do perfect and what we did well. There'll be enough time to write these history books. Historians will look back. You never know how we will be marked. I believe we can be marked positively for the way we responded. Top grades for the way we responded. Perhaps when the history books are written and today be transformed to yesterday, both Hurricane Dorian and coronavirus will be viewed as a blessing in disguise. Blessings that allowed our country to reach its pinnacle, push us to our creative limits, and truly embrace the age of old, saying the Bahamas being the greatest little country on earth, as we adjust our sails and chart a course to a new frontier, rising to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, with that, North Abaco supports this budget. This is a budget for the people of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed a pleasure to stand today. Some people stood here last night. Of a progressive as a government. You okay there? Okay. Speaker, it's indeed a pleasure to stand here today on behalf of the great people of the constituency of St. Anne's and formerly of the constituency of Montague to deliver what must be, I don't know, something like my 24th odd budget speech in Parliament, and soon winding down. It's also a pleasure to be standing here, Mr. Speaker, to support the budget of a definitely concerned and caring FNM government. It's also a great pleasure to welcome on my side Dwayne Sands, the former minister. As the Sands Simonet team. Now that I've got your attention, I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the hardworking people in the health sector, the former minister, the current minister, the people in the defense force, the police force, and all of those who've gone beyond the call of duty in the social services, and any that I have missed, I apologize. All of those involved in the COVID-19 pandemic, because they are the ones responsible for us being here today. I will add as an aside, Spanish Wells are glad to be back on the beach. but and other people. So hopefully Nassau beaches will be opened up so we can exercise in short order. Mr. Speaker, I just want to start by, and I'm glad to be speaking, my member from Centerville has come to join us as well. Oh my God! On cue. Vice Roy, you're always welcome. Mr. Speaker. He ain't made it into that other place yet. Been there a long time, but I'll come back to that. Mr. Speaker, I will take a few moments to quote from the member for East Grand Bahama, his speech, where he says, and it needs repeating because it's pivotal to where we are. And I quote, "This administration is still very committed to delivering a modern Bahamas that is resilient, dynamic, inclusive, and sustainable." And he went on to say the 2021 annual budget represents meaning the government's answers to the challenges that we as Bahamians face today. We named it, I'm still quoting obviously, we named the budget plan Resilient Bahamas, a plan for restoration. Because we seek to achieve these objectives. 1, protect the well-being and engender the confidence of our citizens and residents. We're going to do that. Maintain economic stability. We have the capability to do that. And plant the seeds for accelerated recovery. And you'll hear from various ministers, the various committees that have been set up to not only plant that seed, to water it and nurture it and bring it to fruition. Because as the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Grand Bahama says, our approach is clear. The government will not compromise public health and safety. And I think, Mr. Speaker, many may criticize the competent authority. The competent authority has done a fantastic job of taking us into and bringing us out of this pandemic. I came to work today early, and it really was heartwarming. There was a line of people outside the Sheraton British Colonial. Obviously, they must have sent out messages that they are hiring. Yeah, maybe. There were many people out there, obviously, I assume that's what they were there for, waiting to be back to work. And that's what we need to do. We need to get our country back to work. So that is the second objective. The second approach was not to create any further unemployment. And you've heard from the member of Grand Bahama, there are no people losing their job on the permanent intentional payroll as a result of this budget. None whatsoever. Now that is going to be a hard challenge. But every one of those civil servants, the person on the permanent pension will have family, mortgages, children, and this FNM caring government has a heart for them. I won't be much longer on this because this budget speech, for those who haven't read it, should read it, and for the opposition who want to make noise about it, well, it's going to go on deaf ears because they never, the time I've here, the PLP never produced a budget like this. Never. And the government will do what it needs to stabilize the economy and prepare for a strong and robust rebound. Mr. Speaker, that is the basis on which this budget was crafted and delivered and will be built on. Now, a number of times you come in here and we do budget speeches, and for many times, we forget. About 2 or 3 years later, there comes something called a supplemental budget, where they come back and they borrow all kind of money, and we never debate it. It just slides through. The FNM doesn't operate that way, and I'll come back to that. But before I do that, I just want to go through quickly, because each minister will do it, but I got the opportunity to go through everyone in one go. And I just want you to look at some of the recurrent expenditure. And if you look at which is, I think, the actual bill we're doing. $108 million of that is salaries, emoluments, and benefits. 108 out of the 128. On the Department of Education, you have $201 million, of which 176 million is salaries and emoluments, personal emoluments, and so on and so forth. If you go to the Ministry of Education, the same thing, 111 million, of which 51 million is subsidies, if I'm correct, to UB and University of West Indies, and 48 million is grants and other issues too. So of the 49 million out of the 111 million is given away in grants and subsidies and benefits. So there's not much room in there. And then the Ministry of Health, $298 million budget. This is what makes up the whole long list that we're debating. Of which 261 of that 298 goes to the Public Health Authority and health insurance. And then we come down to tourism, which is 106 million. 19 million odd goes to Bahamas Air. Right off the top. Am I right? Gone to Bahamas Air. 18 million goes to salaries, and $30 million goes to advertising. So, there's not much room, and all of that comes to 2.1 something odd billion dollars. But the point of saying that is there is a lot of this budget is already predetermined over the years of where it goes. So you're going to hear a lot of talk in the next 2 weeks. This one can't do this, or this one does that, or that. But at some point, successive governments are to a large extent and tie the hand, because this is what is there. You can't change salaries, you can't change personal emoluments, and the grants, and so on. So that's what's there. But the way this government have approached it, which is, I think the member for Bamboo Town towards the end of last week talked about Keynesian economics, and he came on from put his engineering hat on and talked about the economics, is a $515 million capital budget. Which is the second document we'll probably debate. So if you look at the Ministry of Finance, the member for Grand Bahama has allocated to himself 180. Let me have some fun. Allocated to himself $180 million. So to make it easier for the member for Zuma, he likes this book. If he goes to page 271, so he doesn't get the wrong figure. He got the wrong figure all day yesterday. Of that 280 odd million, you look at it, 12 million went to fiscal management. 3 million went to monitoring public financial enterprise. 55 million is going to the small and medium-sized business. That is to get our economy back on its feet again and helping every man and woman to get back into business. That, Mr. Speaker, is a caring government. And they talk about, Zoom was talking about here yesterday about the size of the debt. I come into that. Don't worry, I come into that. We're just getting started. And Public Works, which was even another one, I'm sorry, the member for Carmichael, he didn't get his 500 million. I wish he had, but he got 151 million. And again, Zuma, it's on page 273. And if you look what he got his for, structural engineering, 22 million, civil engineering, 69 million, architectural, 39 million, and national disaster, 6 million, which comes to 150 million. So, Mr. Speaker, that is actually rebuilding and preparing for our robust rebound as a result of COVID. No doubt the member for Carmichael will probably tell you, unfortunately Zuma's not here, that they recently opened the bid for the Exuma Airport. Build the Exuma Airport. So this government is working. I hope the lowest bidder doesn't get it. I'll put my 2 cents worth in there, because that is not a hopefully the Prime Minister intends to put Bahamians first, and they could explain that in another place in time. That was just for the members of Parliament. That was a country that was able to submit a bid because they had an office in Panama, but they weren't nationals of this part of the world. That's it. Mr. Speaker, the member for Duma went a great extent in talking about debt. I wasn't here. I was listening to it on the radio. It was painful, and I'm glad the cartoon in this morning's paper had the member for Grand Bahama fighting with the member for Duma, because the facts were dead, were simple, were obvious to all. Under two successive PLP governments, the national debt went up. Under FNM, it went down. I mean, I don't know how you can mix up and not see how that happened. Maybe a fault of the member for East Grand Bahama was, and it came up this morning, is he did not elaborate fully on how much the FNM government has repaid of the debt that we met there. Maybe I missed that. If my memory is correct, but Vice, you can stay. It's not too bad.
He was making noise too.
Yeah, he was leading the pack of the noise. I think the speaker had to. Anyway, I think if my memory serves me right, and the member for East Grand Bahama can help me out on this, I think the FNM government has repaid $240 or $263 million of the debt that was there before COVID. So we were doing this with the debt. While the PLP were doing this, the FNM were doing this. That is responsible government. It was also done on the basis of a bill that brought here and became an act of Parliament, whatever the title was, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which the FNM government mandated that future governments would be required to keep the national debt within a certain percentage of GDP, and legislated the way this government was going to bring it down to bring it within that acceptable guideline. That's the FNM government. COVID hit, hurricane hit, I can't remember which one hit. The member for Grand Bahama came back to this Parliament and actually got a permission, I can't remember the technical name, a waiver of that process because we couldn't keep it within those guidelines. Came here, didn't do it in the dark of the night like the Brett Davis Christie administration. Came here in full transparency and said, we cannot make these projections. We need to change that. Please allow us to change it. We will get back on stream when this is all finished. That's the caring, heartful FNM, transparent FNM government. Successive governments in this country, since the UBP left some money in the bank in 1967, have put the Bahamas increasingly in debt. Successive governments. So that both sides are to blame. But the administration has taken it on to take it a no. Minute. Has taken it upon to reduce that deficit, and hopefully, if COVID hadn't come along by 2022, we would have been well within the projection. Fair enough, they did it by increasing the age. Yes, there is some pain to this. But when you ask where the money gone, 240 or 260 odd million dollars that increased VAT went to reduce the national debt and hence reduce the payments of interest on the national debt and hence make it better in the Bahamas for every Bahamian. That's where the money went. But they refused to accept that because being stubborn is being stubborn. But boom, along comes COVID, along comes Dorian, expenses go up, revenue goes up. Sorry, revenue goes down. Yes, revenue goes down. Expenses go up. Yeah. We have, as a country, a big problem. But yet this government decides no new taxes. We're going to streamline everyone's ministry by 20%. And we are going to borrow a huge amount of money. And that is the way they are going to do it. Come here and tell you right up front, that's the way they have it. And so Zuma says, we've failed. They got involved yesterday in this previous debt and existing debt. That's very simple. You have debt that rolls over, you have to pay. The borrowing by the FNM is the lowest borrowing in 15 years, 10 of which were PLP. So that is a fact. So, let's not Cat Island come back to that and everything else. But the other thing that the Fiscal Responsibility Act did was to outlaw, or make it difficult if possible, for contracts, remember these Grandma may have to correct here, for contracts to be signed within a certain number of months of an election. 1 month. So, when we go back to, thank you. The honorable member for Duma says, be bold. You heard him yesterday. Be bold. My plan, that's what he said. He didn't say the PLP plan. Everything that he said yesterday was Chester Davis's plan. It wasn't the PLP, so it sounded like there's some leadership issue they got going there. But, be that as it may, neither of them are here to defend it. No doubt they'll come back. But he said, my plan is to be bold. Well, you see, he could say that because he was never around the table at the Christie Davis administration to know what they did. So he didn't know. But yeah, three of them out of the four. Only 2 of them out of the 4 have been around the table. One, for the longevity he's been here, never been around the table. And one, I'm told, didn't know what party he was going to run for. But he don't flip-flop. But anyway, I'll leave that as it is. So he says, be bold. Yeah, they were bold. The people in the Bahamas have yet to hear and feel the full effect of the public-private partnership that were executed days before the election that never went through the AG's office, that will cost this country millions of dollars. And that's what the FNM outlawed in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That cannot happen under an FNM watch. How do you say it? No more friends, lovers, and family. That is no more. So be bold. I know what they would have done then. They'd have borrowed $2 billion, and you wouldn't have seen it. Davis, the member for Cat Island was the Minister of Work, and he stood here very clearly and said he laid no pipe in Cat Island. The other day, the member for Long Island announced a request for proposal. He is going to, the Water and Sewage Corporation is going to supply water to Cat Island, FNM government. The member for Bamboo Town says they're going to give a mailboat to North Cat Island. Long Island has water, one being stored for one. Roads being repaired. We said about the airport, hopefully in Exuma. In Andros, they got RO plants, and the list goes on and on. That's what the FNM does. I was part of the FNM government when we started that road project that everyone hated the FNM for. Remember they were saying, Ingram, dig up all the roads? Dig up. Now, I see people driving up and down them roads, riding soft. Don't flood. But you could touch the stuff the FNM borrowed money for. You can feel it. You can touch it. Roads, airports, the road to the airport, the Chinese loan. And the list goes on and on. And no doubt when Carmichael comes, he'll tell you. So that's why I have faith. And that's where Exuma went wrong. He says they're going to fail. The FNM have a proven track record on delivering on promises. And they will deliver on the $515 million of capital promises in this budget for the benefit of all Bahamians and residents and not alike, not just a certain sector. That is what you call a caring government. Be bold, it would have ended up, you know where it would have ended up, and we wouldn't have seen a bit about it. But you know, that's that. Just on top of that, I don't know if we'll get to it in this budget debate, but I think we will. The member for East Grand Bahama has laid the procurement bill that's been out there for discussion, on all over the place. That means, and when you read that carefully, that legislates the way a government can procure funds. Now, having been in government, there are many ways of getting around the existing way of doing business. Many ways. That will make that near impossible. So you guys will have to live with that. You're going to have to live with it. It's going to be hard, but it's going to be the best choice for the Bahamian public residents. So no longer will kisses go by favors, whatever the right word is. You will have to bid. The bids will be opened and chosen. And you know, some of our supporters might not like this. But that, you know, you have to, what would you like to say? Put in fact legislation today that you can live with when you're not here. That is another piece of the FNM showing that they are doing what is best for the Bahamas. So the opposition will make all kind of noise and say how careless we are, how reckless we are. We didn't do this. We didn't do that. I heard them trying to say they had 2 hurricanes. They had 2 hurricanes. Well, I think it was Zuma said he had 2 hurricanes yesterday. So you know what? But 2 hurricanes they had. We had hurricanes. We still borrowed less money. So however you add it up and say it, whatever the disasters were the PLP had, we have had worse disasters this term and still borrowing less money. That's simple. I don't know why Zuma can't understand that. You know? It's very simple. We're borrowing less. Now, he says do this year. Well, this, as a Deputy Prime Minister, this year hasn't finished. And second of all, this fiscal budget year, the coming budget year, we are borrowing an extraordinary amount of money. We understand that. But I will go on to say something else. I think, as if I can give my 2 cents of advice, to a large extent, the public are beginning to get tired of hearing an extraordinary event or uncharted or unprecedented or whatever. We have to come out of this budget period running full speed to deliver on this. No more excuses. COVID, we're coming out of. The hurricane is finished. Yes, it had its damages. Yes, it had its effect. We now, you as the government, have now got to rebuild our Bahamas for all Bahamians and residents alike. We will give you the tools on the end of the month. We'll vote this budget in. I'm sure no one's going to vote against it. They may abstain, but they won't vote against it. But we will give you the authority. You as ministers and as government have to deliver on your promise, because 23 months from now, you know what happens. It'll be an election. You know, I missed one bit. In the capital budget, I can't remember where it is, but you can easily find it. And the Deputy Prime Minister made an allusion to it, that state-owned enterprises are going to have to tighten their belts. It's $100 million over the next 5 years, I think was the exact figure. So I mentioned the 19 million that went to the Bahamas there. You got millions going to water and sewage. You know, water and sewage is a double-edged sword because there hasn't been a water and sewage rate hike, I think, for probably 40 years. You can't expect a business to run, expenses going up. Subsidies still up there. Something's got to give at this end. It's either subventions or an increase, or a more efficient way of running their operation. So in the water and sewage case, and Long Island will be able to tell you, the Maya group have gone and looked at non-revenue water and been able to bring that down. And so I think you'll find that the water sewage is doing what it can to do that. But each So, Mr. Speaker, I say that because it really leads me into where I want to go next, is the challenge of this budget is not whether so-and-so got $10 more or can get $10. The challenge of this budget is for the government, through its ministers, to do more with less and achieve more productivity with what they got, have received on that, and make meaningful changes as the end result. Well, shortly after Dorian, I made a quote in here, and I talked about push the reset button. I noticed the tested my words up on Exuma. We have to push that reset button. So, one of the things we have to do is we have to get the country open. And I think the competent authority's been doing a good job about that. On Monday, I heard more planes flying over, landing at the airport. People are beginning to move. That frustration of people not seeing their families because of COVID and whatever, they're now going back or forward. They want to get home, which means there'll be activity in every island and settlement, and that stress will be off of them, and they can start to work on it. We said we also have to get the country open, which is another issue, and I think NAD started that work today, and there'll be people using the appropriate ways to travel in and out of. I'm sure North of Luther came through NAD this morning, probably, as from some of the other out island MPs. So we see that happen. We've got to get people back to work. Now, I just want to make a plug for the hair braiders, whatever they were. I do not know, and I'll stand corrected if the government have more information I do, why the lady working from her house in East Street should have to have a business license to do the testing for the social COVID. Let them get back to work. We'll worry about the business license later. Because I think only if, and remember Crown Bahama can correct me, I think there's only about 5,000 businesses that pay business license, and they collect $77 million. And the ceiling's what, $100,000. So a large percentage of Bahamians don't fall within that ambit of business license. And some of them don't have it. We know some of them don't have it. A lot of them don't have it. So let's get them back to work and maybe waive the business license requirement for 6 months or a year so that they can go and get their certificate and start opening up. And especially if they're in arrears and whatever. So I think we need a little bit of tolerance in that area. But on the other hand, the member for East Grand Bahama did say that the revenue unit is going to go after those people who owe money. I've been very fortunate. I have been examined by a PLP administration on nearly every tax there is. Real property tax that came and took me to court. I asked the former Prime Minister whether he paid his national insurance. The next day, the national insurance inspectors were in my office checking my book. And I've had a review by business license. I couldn't use my own account, whatever, one of the big five. I had to use the government account. And I had to pay for the government's accountants to come and look at my book when I had my own account. So I know what it's like. So let's be serious, because I think the member for Garden Hills stood here one day and tell us there was a long list of some $5 million outstanding, whatever it was, that goes back 10 years for national insurance. I find that particularly offensive because in most cases, those businesses have deducted from the employee the money that the employee, in other language, they keep it. So years later, when that employee goes and has an injury and goes back to national insurance, get COVID, before COVID. The first thing NIB would say is, you didn't make your payment. But here's my pay slip, and everything. And pay slip says NIB deducted, but I can't get benefits from NIB because the employer did not submit payment that he had deducted from my pay slip. So that's a case where there should be no sympathy. because I think many of you would know the names of those people on the list, still operating today. So I leave that where it is. The same thing applies to real property tax. When I asked the former member, Prime Minister, he said the majority of the real property tax was owed on outstanding on commercial business, commercial real estate. That doesn't affect the person's house. You know, you should be able to go after that. It's very easy to collect. You take it to court. The first charge. It's a first charge. You know, a lot of people don't realize real property tax is a first charge on your property. It rates higher than the mortgage. So when the government says pay my real property tax, the banks lose out. I bet you there was a time in this country where the banks would pay your real property tax and charge it back to your mortgage. But they got cold feet. A lot of us complain. And they stopped doing it. The real property tax is a first charge on your property. So it should be very easy. Speaker, part of getting this country back to work, and we've talked about it too much, that's property, talked about it too long, is the ease of doing this. You heard me say it before. We talk about it, we now have to do it. In the words of Nike, we have to just do it. You know, the other day, a bank called me up, and to order for my account to keep going, they need just know your customer. I think that's before. So they don't know me. I don't know, you know. So anyway, it was a company. They wanted me to produce a certificate of good standing for the company. No problem. I had one for 2018, so I sent it to them. They said, no, we need one for 2019. 1 year. So I go down to the registry. I don't. Go down to the registry. The registry says I have about 20 documents outstanding that I haven't filed from 2002, 2019, 19, all over the place, all before the last certificate of good standing that they certified that I was in good standing. So I went to my files. Nearly every one of them has been stamped. I just use that as an example. If, for instance, there's two issues there. One, we have to be more efficient in the way we do things. Second of all, why do we need a certificate of good standing every single year if the account is under a certain amount of money? I think we need to look at that. I think you'll find that probably 50% of the country who have bank accounts, their bank account is under $50,000. Not much. $50,000 a year doesn't go through a majority of accounts. Now, it's probably about the Deputy Prime Minister. We can verify that number. It says it's 25%. It's a large percentage. We look at most civil, the minimum wage is what, $208 a week. That's $12,800 a year. And a lot of people are on national. You just look at the budget. We probably, a minister's $60,000. So, thank you. You should have taken a pay cut to 60. The 20%? I mean, yeah. So 20. Oh, get rid of 2 ministers. That would be the same as 20%. But so the point that I was making there is the majority of accounts in this country don't have a large, and if you see it bounce up and down for whatever reason, you send the alarm bell. But I know we had to do it in the financial crisis of the 2000, where they were making sure you KYC and everything else. But let's see if we can find a way to lift that. You try and open a bank account, you got to put, and all of us in here as politically exposed people, that's a nightmare. You got to produce this, that, and the other. And a large percentage of what you have to produce are government documents. So the other day, a friend of mine, husband died, goes down to national insurance to get the death benefit. She has to produce a marriage certificate. You can't get a marriage certificate under the COVID because the cashier isn't to work. But yet, she needs the money to borrow, to pay for caring for her husband. But all these are government documents. Fortunately, when I was over the other side, I worked with the AG, and it's certainly at the detention center, we were able to give the detention center access to birth records. So when you lock someone up on a Friday night for not being Bahamian, they could type in their own, in the computer there, and find out that Theodore Brent Simonet was born on December 2nd, 1954. What happened before then is you tell Mrs. Simonet to go down to the registry to get a certified birth certificate for Brent Simonet, and it was Friday, and they wouldn't get it till Tuesday, so you were locked up over the weekend when you were legitimately a Bahamian. So a lot of what we're doing in government is using one part of government to police the other part. So you go anywhere, you need a business license. You get a business license, you need a police record. You get a police record, you need a passport. You get a passport, you need a birth certificate. And this circle goes round. So part of this digitization, I call that word too, should be an information warehouse so that people can tap into a government ministry, that we don't have to send the customer all over hell's high acre to get another government piece of paper to come back to get a government service. Because the information is there. It's not, you're not breaching any secret. My birth certificate is public information. You know, I went to a bank, my passport isn't signed. You don't have to have it signed. So they needed another form of identification for me. So I had to go and get a voter's card. They had to have my home address on it. You know what? And I had to get a utility bill. You know, I mean, a lot of people who don't work in this world don't understand the frustration. For instance, my wife doesn't have an electricity bill. It's in my name. You know? Happens all the time. So she can't provide a second identity. And many people don't have electricity bills because they rent. And either the rent's in the name of the landlord. A lot of those are issues. And I think that's where we have to make sure we go further. Member for Bamboo Town talked about licensing of cars. That was an issue I think we talked about before. That should be digitized. But even the inspection of cars, there's no reason why garages, and I only use a few, NASPA Motors, Executive, whatever, shouldn't be able to license and inspect the cars for the people that get approved. I think we discussed this before. So, just like in countries like England, you have MOT, Ministry of MOT certificate, that garages can produce that certificate and license the car right there. You don't have to go down to government service. So these are all issues. I mean, the vanity plate, we've had that, I think this is the third budget debate. Yeah, you just do it. So we need to, that's the point, we need to look at these archaic systems that we had, maybe because they were tax driven. Oh, that generates 1,000. Member for North Abaco. It's apostilling. We've got to find a way to get around that over time because, you know, there's a person who wants to get at immigration, they have to go back and get their original marriage license in Texas. And we don't have an embassy anywhere near Texas, so they got to fly to New York or whatever. Meanwhile, immigration holds them up. They say you're not married because the piece of paper doesn't have. These are things we have to look at. So, the way forward, Mr. Speaker, the government will get their budget approved. They have to get people back to work, which obviously they're working on. They have to open up the boundaries, the borders. And then the last, and I'm coming pretty much to the end of my contribution right now, is to get a greater degree of injection of money into the economy, both from Bahamians and non-Bahamians. Now, a lot of Bahamians are waiting, as you well know, to see what is the result of the COVID issue. So, for instance, I'm a landlord I was a landlord to a restaurant. If you look at the restaurant, any of them, and let's say they seat 100 people. Now, because of the COVID regulations, you can only seat 50, 40 because of social distancing. That kitchen and the overhead might not be sufficient, the intake might not be sufficient to pay for that. So we don't know coming out of this COVID how business is going to work. Kelly's, a place like that, AID, you've got green lines, food stores, you get to the teller, that works. But some of our businesses, we're not sure how they're going to work. Our key, no doubt, will work. You can just social distance and do your pickup, but inside some of those, you don't have the room. And so we don't know how that's going to happen. So yes, some Bahamians are hesitant about investing their money. Some Bahamians can't afford to buy a house when the new project comes in because the banks aren't loaning money because you don't have a job. So when we talk about putting people back into housing, we're going to have to find a way to guarantee the banks or the financial houses a way of being repaid their money. Otherwise, there'll be no end buyers of houses. So we need to get people back to work because in my business, one of my businesses, we already had people whose loans have been withdrawn by the bank because they had a tourist-related business and therefore they lost it. The tourist-related job, they lost the job, they couldn't afford to pay for. So that's one area that we need to get people back to work. We have to entice Bahamians to do this. It was interesting, I think, because this subject comes up, I think, with Dr. Rogers talked about this morning about direct foreign investment. We cannot overlook that, nor can we be, his words, not mine, xenophobic. People, countries around the world are going to come out of COVID chasing investors. They have to. The member for Freetown, the Minister of Tourism, is going to have to chase, or may have to chase, or go after, it would be nice to do, whatever words we want to use, the cruise industry to make sure they come back to the Bahamas. We may have to give them something. I don't know. But that's the reality of the world post-COVID. Because everyone's chasing those few dollars. And the guy who's got the few dollars is looking for the sweetest deal. That's business. However you slice it. So we have to make it easy. I think some on the other side know I'm coming. We have to make sure that if a potential investor, bona fide, comes to the Bahamas, and if a potential Bahamian bona fide wants to do a job, first of all, they get equal treatment. One don't get better treatment than the other. They get equal treatment. And they get quick and fast answers. You can't expect post-COVID to wait 3 years or 4 years to get an answer because you're going to go somewhere else or you're not going to do the project. And that's the reality. So if I put, for instance, if I go into agriculture with a member for Marco City says he's going to do wonders with the agriculture, we have North Eleuthera, we don't have South Eleuthera here. There are persons in Eleuthera that have been waiting years to have their land regularized so that they can go to the bank and use that document to borrow money to inject into farming. Years. People are waiting years. I won't mention people whose land has been acquired. They wait years and years and years and years and years. And that is a criticism against successive governments. I don't mean that as a criticism. These things have been. So these are issues when we want to really spur the economy. I think the Prime Minister made a comment, a while back, that we had a lack of surveyors to do the surveys, to get the. Hopefully we get that solved. You know, we've got to bring in surveyors, we've got to do something. We've got to get these people their title deed in their hands so they can go about life. And I'm sure Mike Allen feels it, and many people feel it. Carmichael will feel it. Many of us will feel it, that those people, once they get that, what did Travis say? Charged up? Fired up and ready to go. So I think that's, as we come out of this post-COVID, we have to go on that issue. My last point, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll take my seat. The government has cut down on travel expenses. I agree. I would suggest they find it within the system to increase the travel budget for the Prime Minister or the Deputy Prime Minister to go, and the Minister of Yamakor, or whoever the designated person, to go out on road trips around the world to say the Bahamas is the safest place post-COVID. Come and invest with us. We need to promote our country so we are top of awareness on everyone's mind. We have the tourism will tell you, close proximity. People can jump in a private jet and get down here within 2 hours. They don't have to fly east. I date myself. Delta, JetBlue. You know, they can fly on a chartered jet. Those high net worth tourists. That's what you're going to open the economy up with to begin with. You're going to open up those high net worth people, then you're going to bring in then the other tourists. So, Mr. Speaker, I would just say, in terms of where I would support an increase in expenditure, is for the government to put on a roadshow to promote the Bahamas around the world as the best place to be investing your money post-COVID. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill for diverse sums of money for and towards the capital expenditure, current expenditure of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for 2019-2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Michael.
Moments like this, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moments like this only come once in a while. Mr. Speaker, this month is my anniversary month, June, the best month in the calendar year. And so for me, Mr. Speaker, this is the moment. That I've waited for so long. And so, Mr. Speaker, the budget debate is this moment. Mr. Speaker, I give thanks to Almighty God, who has given me another opportunity to stand in this place, to speak on behalf of the great people of the Macau constituency. They have elected me on May 10, 2017, to be their one. And for this, I am forever grateful. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Member of Parliament for Kalani, for appointing me as the Executive Chair of the Education Loan Authority. The Honorable Member for South Beach, with whom I have a continued good working relationship with. With whom I continue to have a good working relationship. The hard working board of directors and the staff of Education Loan Authority. And finally, my husband, Dr. Bishop Leroy Emmanuel, and our daughter, Lyra Tisha, who have remained supportive as I work tirelessly for the people of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, as I have said before, the people of Macau is fully aware that when I stand in this honorable place, I may fumble over a few things, but they have confidence in me that I will get it right. Mr. Speaker, my commitment to them is that I will never compromise the things that matters most in public life, which are good character, honesty, integrity, who you are when no one is looking, justice for all, love for them and the people of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, Proverbs 31:8 says, speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. Ensure justice for those being crushed. Yes, speak up for the poor and helpless. And see that they get justice. Mr. Speaker, my contribution today will focus on one, the 2021 budget communication presented by the Honorable K. Peter Tunquist, Member of Parliament for East Grand Bahama and the Minister of Finance. Two, the Education Loan Authority, for which I am the Executive Chair. Three, the MICA constituency. Mr. Speaker, it is said that a crisis is a terrible thing, and the lessons learned must not be forgotten. It is a defining moment for all of us to inspire confidence, offer support, and set a new standard for how we think, feel, and act. Mr. Speaker, I believe in doing so, we must continue to seek the best for the people of our great Bahama land. COVID-19 has undoubtedly had a great impact on the Bahamas and indeed the world, with global death totally reaching to more than 400,000 and millions are unemployed. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that it is because of the strategy and expedient action of this government that in the Bahamas we are able to curtail the growth and spread of this deadly pandemic. We could all agree that if these measures through the emergency powers orders were not enforced as quickly as they were, our confirmed cases and death toll had the potential to be even greater. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians are today and have always been a resilient people, and therefore, we know we will emerge bigger and stronger than before. Yes, the road is long. The way may not seem clear, but with the help of Almighty God, the Bahamas will once again overcome. Mr. Speaker, when tough decisions are made, there will always be opposition. Even the persons who will benefit from those decisions may complain until they see the outcome. This opposition, Mr. Speaker, should not deter a good decision that has to be made. Once it is made for the advancement of the people and country. Mr. Speaker, we are all talking about a new normal, but we must be prepared to understand and embrace change. The fact is, we cannot and will not be the same. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Budget Communication 2020-21. From crisis to opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I give thanks for this caring. I give thanks for this caring government who has the solution for crisis to opportunity for the people of the Bahamas. Let me mention some of the benefits stated by the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, look what the government did. Allocation of over $140 million in response to COVID-19. Direct assistance through the Food and Unemployment Assistance Program. Grants and loan support for small businesses. Increase funding for the public health sector to ensure its readiness, detection, and treatment for mitigation of the virus. Mr. Speaker, 208 for small business were approved for loans financing at the tune of $19.4 million. Mr. Speaker, Department of Inland Revenue approved 44 companies who collectively benefit from some 5.7 in tax credits and deferrals, which protect roughly 5,400 vulnerable jobs. Mr. Speaker, this government has shown that the people of the Bahamas matter. Mr. Speaker, this government has shown that the people of the Bahamas matters most. Mr. Speaker, there is more this government plans to do. King Solomon stated, effective planning calls for counsel, and wise planning encourages participation and input. Mr. Speaker, of various people. Proverbs 15 and 22. Mr. Speaker, there are some people who are of the view if they were not consulted, then there was no consultation at all. Mr. Speaker, my people and my cows will benefit from many of these initiatives, and I have confidence. I have confidence in the government restoration plan. Mr. Speaker, more good news. There will be no compromise in public health and safety. 2, the government will not contribute to any further unemployment. 3, no citizen of the country will go hungry. Mr. Speaker, according to the scripture, the government and all of us have an obligation to pay special attention to the disadvantaged persons and those who have been left without breadwinners. Mr. Speaker, the government will do all that it can to stabilize the economy and prepare it for a strong and robust rebound. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that the government will do whatever it can to stabilize this economy. However, my recommendation is to continue to get the best people involved. And Mr. Speaker, in everything, acknowledge God and look to Him, the Creator, for help. After all, this is God's world, and He has the master plan. Mr. Speaker, the impact of COVID-19 will be with us for some time, and owners of season are those who do something. Mr. Speaker, this government is doing for the people. Mr. Speaker, this government, through allocation of more than $250 million for the expansion of the initiative implemented in early March to extend into the first half of the upcoming fiscal year. This includes this government is working. This government is working on behalf of the Bahamian people, and truly they're feeling it. $48 million for the continued unemployment assistance for persons who remain displaced. $17 million increase in social welfare. Increase of $50 in the old age pension. I'm sure that this government is on an assignment. Mr. Speaker, more good news. There will be no new taxes. Mr. Speaker, more good news. There will be no new taxes. Exactly what everyone likes to hear. After all, some people only listen to the budget communication to hear if there will be any new taxes. Mr. Speaker, fishing materials reduced from 45% to 20% effectively July 1st, 2020. Mr. Speaker, the Michael fishermen will love this. Duty on salmon equipment for the use of backyard salmon reduced from 25% to 10%. This is good news for all. Mr. Speaker, this is what I call a caring, compassionate government. This is the first time any government in this country will provide for a back-to-school back holiday on school supplies. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that again. This is the first time any government in this country will provide for a back-to-school back holiday on school supplies, clothing, and selected food items for the 2 weeks leading up to the opening of schools, the reopening of schools. Mr. Speaker, this is a blessing for the people in my country and many other Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, the government's free tuition investment in education for qualified Bahamians from preschool to university will continue. Mr. Speaker, this government knows that Christianity and education are keys to a nation's success. This is why the University of Bahamas will receive an increase of $1.5 billion in scholarship initiative. And the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute will receive $500,000. Mr. Speaker, again, Michael will experience the care, the concern, and compassion of this government that is full of vision. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to slow down and take my time right here. I now turn to the Education Loan Authority. Mr. Speaker, for which I have the chairmanship responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the Education Loan Authority is a statutory body created by Education Loan Authority Act 2002. The authority and the Educational Guarantee Fund Act 2001 were the components of the government guaranteed advanced educational loan scheme created by the government of the Bahamas to fund the government's program for loans to students pursuing a tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, the Act established the authority, also transfer primary responsibility for financing the scheme to the authority, which is empowered to raise through a wide means, including bonds, debenture, and other instruments. The Bank of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, by an agreement, served as an agent for the authority up to November 2019. The responsibility for the administrative and disbursement function of the loan scheme was mandated to the Bank of the Bahamas up to the said date. Mr. Speaker, between June 2008 and July 2009, the authority was assigned a $67 million borne by an act of Parliament to raise funds to continue financing the loan scheme after the Bank of Bahamas invested $33 million in the loan scheme and discontinued their financing, selling a portion of their loan portfolio to other financial institutions. The Bank of Bahamas made a total investment of $100 million. Mr. Speaker, the loan program was intended to be a revolving fund so that as the borrowers pay, the monies are relent to assist other qualified students. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, because of the high default rate, the program had to be suspended in August 2009. Mr. Speaker, the Education Loan Authority Act 2002 was amended by the Education Loan Authority Act 2015 to basically give the authority more flexibility to pursue and collect default loans. Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of students that graduate every year, and there are many do not have the financial means to continue their educational pursuit. The loan scheme has awarded more than 4,000 loans and approximately $100 million in funding. Mr. Speaker, the loan scheme was dispersed to the Bahamian students as follows. $3,938 loans worth $42.56 million were awarded in New Providence. 669 loans worth $7.41 million were awarded in Grand Bahama. 126 loans worth $1.339 million were awarded in the Family Island. Mr. Speaker, as of December, the authorities' portion of the loan scheme portfolio stood at approximately $84,564,362, which represents 2,057 loans. Mr. Speaker, as of the same date, the Scholarship and Education Loan Division portfolio stands at $47,328,486, or 954 loans, which represent the accumulation of interest and principal. Mr. Speaker, during the month of June, the budget communication, the authorities' outstanding balance stood at 100. Taking my time to say it again. Mr. Speaker, as of June 2019 budget communication, the authorities' outstanding balance stood at $131,731,964. As of March 2020, that balance has decreased to $129,933,372. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that again. Mr. Speaker, as of March 2020, that balance has decreased to $129,933,372. Mr. Speaker, in February 2016, the government of the Bahamas announced an incentive program which commenced March 2016 and ran for 12 months. This incentive program addressed delinquency and rewards to those borrowers who are paying genuinely wanted to honor their obligations. Mr. Speaker, this program ended in 2018, and we are happy to report it was reinstated by the Board of Directors in March 2019. Mr. Speaker, As of December 2019, 620 borrowers paid off their loan through the incentive program. With a collection of $3,223,348. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas guarantees the payment of the authorities' bond and interest payments. We are pleased that we were able to meet the interest payment of August 2019 and February 2020, which total $2,955,801. Mr. Speaker, that's progress. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Education Loan Authority today has a staff of complement of 11 individuals. The chairman, the financial officer, and 9 persons in the loan support unit, which includes 4 compliance officers. This unit oversees the authority's default loan portfolio. Mr. Speaker, our compliance officer are assigned an equal amount of the 2,726 delinquent facts. Each officer has the responsibility to contact, negotiate, and follow up with loan holders, exhausting every avenue to locate loan holders, including utilizing social media. Mr. Speaker, today, the authority has 210 current facts. At this time, I wish to thank these persons who saw the importance in honoring their commitment to the Bahamas government. We encouraging others to do likewise at their earliest opportunity as well. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education and Board of Directors stand committed in our loan recovery initiative and have embarked on the following: the incentive program, as mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, this incentive was reinstated in March 2019. It gave the loan holders the option to settle their loans by repaying 40% on their total balance, principal plus interest. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is still in act today, and we encourage loan holders to take advantage of it. Mr. Speaker, from November 11 to December 6, 2019, the Education Loan Authority embarked on this recovery initiative aimed at targeting default loan holders who could not be contacted by mail, telephone, etc. A total of 1,266 names were posted in the local newspapers. As a result of this initiative, 68 new agreements were signed. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Directors are also reviewing collection. The Board of Directors, Mr. Speaker, are reviewing several collection agencies to assist in our recovery efforts, as we are aware of its importance. Mr. Speaker, the Education Loan Authority mandate and vision is not only to recover funds, but also to revive this most needed program. Each year, thousands of Bahamians seek higher education, and sadly, some are unable to afford it. In addition, there are students who have begun their studies. However, because of financial difficulties, have had to discontinue. Mr. Speaker, before the COVID-19 pandemic, in accordance with the Honorable Jeffrey Lloyd, Minister of Education, and the Board of Directors, great efforts were being made to restart. Mr. Speaker, great efforts were made to restart the student loan program. We not only seek to restore the program, but ensure that the necessary control provisions are in place to safeguard its ongoing sustainability and viability. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has impacted the authority as it has the entire Bahamas. Our operations were closed from March 23rd to May 14th. In addition, many of our loan holders were not able to make constant payments because of the economic fallout of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, our efforts may have been hindered, but they will not be stopped. We will continue in our recovery initiative, and we will continue to make progress in restarting the student loan program. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to my Mr. Speaker, the great people of the Micale constituency, they have elected me to be their voice in this honorable place. I continue to speak without fear and opposition. Mr. Speaker, I can stand today and say that Micale is COVID-19 free. To God be the glory. I wish to thank this caring government for reopening the commercial activities in Micale, which is much needed for the survival of its people and economy. Mr. Speaker, many of the people are now taking agriculture and farming and backyard farming seriously and have started their own and have taken their own initiative to get this done. However, they are in dire need and still need help to assist with the clearing of the fishing roads and other properties surrounding for farming. Mr. Speaker, there is still an urgent need for repairing of the airport in Maguana. Maguana is badly in need of a new airport, Mr. Speaker. They need their roads to be repaired. They need their economy to be stimulated by construction. Their seawalls and docks, etc., is in badly need of repair. And lately, the airstrip, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Inagua, Mr. Speaker, Inagua want to thank the government right now for the new school. upgrades are needed and repairs to government buildings, their airport terminal, road pavement, Inagua, like other islands, is in need of economic growth. Crooked Island is still hopeful of the expansion of their airport runway will be upgraded to accommodate larger planes, not, not just, Mr. Speaker, that they are requesting this upgrade. It's a way of economic growth for them because they understand that once that airport is upgraded, the national flag carrier, international flight, it means that that airport can be open, night flight, and they can stimulate their economy through travel. Like I often say, the people of Michael is not asking for much. They just want an opportunity to be able to do their business. Ackland is still waiting for repairs to their seawall. There's no hurricane shelter. There's no hurricane shelter and community centers. There's no hurricane center and community center. And we are in hurricane season. Also, Ackland is still in need, and they're waiting for further electrification. They're waiting because there are persons now who are building. They start the building process. And some areas don't have no pole, don't have anything done. I know this current government will get it done. And why would this current government get it done? Because in 2017, we told them it's the people's time. Long Key is in urgent need of attention. I visit Long Key, and you can see the potential. You can see they are in need of their roads to be repaired, their docks. There's great potential for Long Key. And just need the government, this current government, to take another look at Long Key. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that this current government, led by the Honorable Hubert Minnis, Prime Minister, will get the job done. Mr. Speaker, this Minnis-led government was caught in this COVID-19 storm, tossed and battered. Nevertheless, like a ship, we have what it takes to ride out this storm and arrive safely at port with the captain, crew, and Bahamian people. For this, we give God praise. Mr. Speaker, the scripture teaches that government ultimately derives from God's wisdom. For some, this truth may be hard to accept. In light of widespread delusionment with governments today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, decisions made by government officials seem unwise sometimes. Yet, that does not change the fact that God established rule and authority. And none of us would like to live here in a world without a government, rules, or authority. Mr. Speaker, I thank God for all the women of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, we are helpmeet. That's who God has made us. The Hebrew word for helpmeet means to rescue and to save, while the Greek means advocate or helper. Sisters, we are at risk. Sisters, we are risk takers and are not afraid of challenges. We are great during a crisis. Our watch phrase is, it is well. God placed us here to complement and not duplicate. Women, we must be strong. Let us hold strong hands together and win the war. It is well. Mr. Speaker, I am happy the people of Michael gave me this opportunity to come in this honorable place. And I am not ashamed. Praise is what I do. Politics is what I love. And preaching is who I am. When I put these three together, I hear the voice saying, Miriam, Michael, you are living in your purpose. Carry on. And the peace of the Creator be with you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless you. God bless the honorable members. God bless my people of Michael. God bless the Bahamas. And long live this great Commonwealth, when many of us, say that again, Mr. Speaker. God bless the Bahamas. And long live this great Commonwealth, when many of us, Mr. Speaker, many of us will be gone. Micah, support this 2020-21 from crisis opportunity budget.
Very good, very good.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville. Honorable member.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm just to get up here. As many, the member, I recognize the member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Our struggle has reached a defining moment. It's time to summon a new sense of patriotism. There's no red flag, Mr. Deputy. There is no yellow flag. There is a Bahamian flag. There's no Abaco Bahamian or Andros Bahamian. No Freeport Bahamian. No Long Island Bahamian or Nassau Bahamian. We are all Bahamian. This is not your Bahamas or my Bahamas. This is our Bahamas. Hindsight, Mr. Speaker, is 2020. And so is foresight. Hindsight is our voting path. Foresight is 2022 and beyond. Just want to mention the presentation of Bamboo Town yesterday, who in part of his speech spoke the language of good governance, and I can appreciate that. Exuma also helped to streamline the budget yesterday because he touched on the spirit of the debate, which I can also appreciate. You both could have gone a bit further, so to let the people know that this is not about politics. It's about our people. It's about the Bahamian people. This month's Thumbs Up Award, Centerville Thumbs Up Award, goes to Dr. Christine Williams and the graduating class of Case Christian Academy in the Centerville constituency for their contribution to Centerville's theme for this debate 2020. Hindsight is 2020, and so is foresight. If I knew then what I know now, would my today be any different? And most importantly, would my tomorrow be any better? We all can ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that same question. 2020 gives us an opportunity to create and build a new Bahamas. A Bahamas for Bahamians, a Bahamas for us. An opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to give these political parties a proverbial break so that they may reorganize themselves, reconstitute, and recommit themselves to their members and to the Bahamian people. It is hindsight, but it's also foresight. It is the 2020. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that our people speak a different language than this government. And we speak a different language than Her Majesty's loyal opposition. We speak a different language, Mr. Speaker, than the FNM, and we speak a different language than the PLP. Our people are speaking their truth, Mr. Speaker. They are speaking truth to power in their own individual and independent way. We are speaking, Mr. Speaker, not through political parties. We are not speaking through the Christian Council. We are not speaking through unions, but in our own very individual and independent way. Hindsight, Mr. Speaker, is 2020, but so is foresight. If we only knew then what we know today, if we knew you would compromise our public health and safety, if we knew you would ignore the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, if we knew you wouldn't follow the very laws and rules and orders you implement, if we knew you didn't care about us, would our vote, the people's vote, have been any different? Would the lives of our children be any better? If we knew then, Mr. Speaker, what we know now, would the Sovereign Wealth Fund and our Treasury have money today to take care of generations of Bahamians? If we knew then what we know today, Mr. Speaker, would Bahamian lives matter? Would our beaches, be acceptable? Hindsight is physical. Foresight is spiritual. Hindsight, Mr. Speaker, is our past, but foresight is our future. And may I add, God is in our past, and God is also in our future. He is in our hindsight, Mr. Speaker, and he's in our foresight. I don't know if he's in this budget, but we will see. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Speaker, and members of Parliament, our gallery observers, the people of Centerville, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and the Fourth Estate, torchbearers, young liberals, and those in pursuit of politics, the graduating class of Centerville constituency, our people in our family of islands in Grand Bahama, down to Inagua, from the Berry Islands across to Mayaguana. Thank you for an opportunity to participate in this debate as it relates to our money, your money, our resources, your resources. our need, your need for the year 2020, 2021. Mr. Speaker, if we knew then what we know today, would the Bahamas be a different state? $1.3 billion and $1 billion expected drawdown of our reserves, and no public accounts committee report or no public treasury committee report to this House. Who are these people, Mr. Speaker? We call Bahamians. These people are us, whose wealth are in our seas and whose health is in our land. Who are they, Mr. Speaker, who have washed their political robes in white, made it through the political tribulation of the PLP and the FNM? Who are they, Mr. Speaker? They are Bahamians. Who are these people, Mr. Speaker, who wouldn't know Sir Lyndon Tinling if you carved him out and put him in their view? Who wouldn't know Sir Cecil Wallace Whitfield if his face was on the front of the American dollar? Who wouldn't even know that? We may know their names, but it is about the spirit of these men that live within us. Freedom fighters, Mr. Speaker. One who said, if you are not willing to fight for your Bahamas, you don't deserve it. And another that said, free at last. His soul dances for the democracies and freedoms of a people. Who are these new people, Mr. Speaker? These new FNMs, these new PLPs that don't want to fight for our country, that give into the crumbs and with them carry many more. Where are the Sarandal folk and those brave men and women of Burma Road riot that said enough was enough? These are Bahamians, Mr. Speaker. It's a spirit, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian spirit. The spirit of a Sir Lyndon and of a Sir Cecil and of a Sir Randall that keeps Centerville grounded. A spirit that represents Bahamian ownership and Bahamian equality. A spirit that lives throughout the wealth of our seas and throughout the health of our land. We are Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, worthy of it all, precious in the sight of God, and we are worth fighting for. We are Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, but who? Who are these people, Mr. Speaker, that ignore the petitions of their brothers and sisters? These people that refuse to report to their people through the House of Assembly. These people that shatter the dreams of our children and crush their hope in the name of Dorian and COVID-19. Who are these people, Mr. Speaker? Who are these people, Mr. Speaker, that break the law and then tell us to move on? Tell our children, you don't have to take examinations if you don't want to. Elitist politics, Mr. Speaker. It's good for thee, but not for me. It's good for Killarney, but not for Mason Sedition. It's good for St. Anne's, but it's not good for East Street. It's good for Killarney, but it's not good for the Valley. It's good for Lightfoot Key, but not for Sweeting Key, Mr. Speaker. Good for one island, but not for the other. Mr. Speaker, who are these people? These people, Mr. Speaker, are our brothers and sisters. Oh, Mr. Speaker, if we knew then what we know now. If the Bahamian people knew then what they know today, what a different House of Assembly this would be. What a different Bahamas we would have. Budget 2020, Mr. Speaker, what hindsight, also what foresight. Who are these people, Mr. Speaker, who will turn mothers against daughters, grandfathers against grandsons, who will bring political dollars and expect our vote? They don't care what we think. They just want our thumb in that ink. Why do we keep adjusting to the unjust, not listening to our inner voice that says something is clearly wrong with this picture? Bahamians are speaking a different language now. Centerville is speaking a different language now. A language of love, Mr. Speaker, and a language of hope, a language of self-love and self-hope. We can't breathe, Mr. Speaker. This budget is on our necks. We can't breathe, Mr. Speaker, attempting to make us politically dependent in 2022, but the devil is a liar. We cannot depend on our politicians any longer to protect us and our children. If they can't buy you, they're going to rent you in 2022. But you won't fall for that because you are bigger than that. We don't need fake news from any of you to tell us who to vote for. We can see it, Mr. Speaker. We see it in the faces of our children and in the smell and the stench of the death of Dorian. We can hear it in the sound of the cries of our people, Mr. Speaker, and in the poverty of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, and for those of you under the sound of my voice, the Bahamian people will usher in a new kind of leadership in 2022. Leadership intent on Bahamian ownership, intent on good governance, intent on Bahamianization. Reciprocal leadership, Mr. Speaker, where there is no place for egos. Progressive leadership that leaves no Bahamian behind because we will all be on one accord. Dorian killed many of us physically. COVID-19 has killed us mentally. And politics is trying to kill us spiritually. Political recycling, Mr. Speaker. Recycled committees, recycled ideas, and a recycled budget. Where there's no vision, Mr. Speaker, the people will perish. The budget, to me, is visionless. There's simply no reassurance and definitely no direction. There's no creativity, no mention of ownership. There is no resilience and no restoration. This budget will leave us to borrow more. Our children and grandchildren, Mr. Speaker, cannot breathe. This budget is on the necks of future generations of Bahamians. Can you feel it? Can you feel the pressure of this budget? Can you feel the pressure of this budget on your people, South Abaco? Centerville can feel it. For they who feels it, knows it. And let me repeat, Centerville and the Bahamian people feel it. For they who feel it, Mr. Speaker, knows it. Mr. Speaker, the minister tabled a report on May 27th of 2020. Centerville begins with the minister's contribution to the House on the budget communication on May 27, 2020. We are now concerned, Mr. Speaker. Bahamians first questioned who was advising the government. They are now questioning who are writing. Not one mention of Bahamian ownership in the presentation. Not one mention of adjusting your governance and House of Assembly compliance model for sustainability of our nation. Not one mention of Bahamianization. What's in this $2.3 billion for us? $1.3 billion in loan and another billion in drawdown of our reserves. What is in this for us? $140 million allocated over a 2-year period in your policy response to COVID. You listed 5 policy measures that added up to $63 million. There's a balance of $76.8 million, with no indication with how much rent utility companies are for rental assistance. Then on page 20, you speak to another $250 million with allocation to the same areas for the next 6 months. Is it sufficient? In the first instance, you called it hallmark of your response to COVID. And in the second instance, it is called economic support measures for COVID. The bottom line is we are short. We are short in explanation, $76 million on the hallmark response. And on the economic support measures, we are short $15 million in explanation. The government indicated their approach is not to compromise public health and safety. In my opinion, this has already been compromised. The Prime Minister gave the highest amount of the budget to himself as Minister of Health. The Minister said the Prime Minister will speak to the NHI allocation as he has expanded his new role as Health Minister. I hope this brand new Minister of Health, the Honorable Prime Minister himself, responsible for health, would bring with him the audited financial statements of NHI. Will also bring with him the audited financial statements for PHA in order to justify his numbers and his vision. The communication said that the government will not contribute to further unemployment. I beg to differ. You have cut the budget of SOE. What could you possibly be expecting? You said you will not let our citizens go hungry. We have 4 statutory committees that deal with food safety, security, along with the National Food Committee. Where's the reorganization and the restructuring to get the best results for our people? Centerville sees nowhere in this budget that has shown it will stabilize the economy and prepare for strong and a robust rebound. There's no future in this budget, Mr. Speaker, for our children. Stabilization is about structure. Stabilization is about structure. It's about governance. It was you who didn't bring the report to the House. Stabilization is about quality control. And stabilization, most importantly, Mr. Speaker, is about trusted leadership. Your approach is debt-driven. It lacks. Sorry.
Assisting you.
Thank you, Speaker. Stabilization is about structure. It's about following the rule of law. Stabilization is about governance, quality control, and trusted leadership. Your approach is debt-driven. It lacks real human and economic development, and it lacks trust. It's a Band-Aid approach to Dorian. It's a Band-Aid approach to COVID-19. It's a Band-Aid approach to our future. It's as temporary, Mr. Speaker, as the temporary $50 per month for pensioners. It's quicksand, Mr. Speaker. Why not build our house on a rock, like the Apostle Matthew indicated, so we and our children don't have to worry about food, clothes, education, and health care? This budget and this government is building our nation on sand. $1.3 billion budget. No mention of the 2 big C's. Concessions relative to FDI, nothing. Contingencies for the cases we have lost. All this political persecution that we put our public servants through. Start again. That's public servants. Yes. All this political persecution we put our public servants through, and they still can't get their pension on time. All them political promises, and you still can't get the promotion. Yet, even after all that education, and after all those promises and degrees, you still cannot breathe. We can't breathe. This budget is on the necks of our children and the next generation of Bahamians. This is supposed to be a budget of reassurance. After Dorian, we wanted to be reassured as a nation. After COVID, we want to be reassured. What are we? If we only knew that. But we know now. At this point, Mr. Speaker, Centerville begs leave to address 3 particular public matters: the Recycled Economic Recovery Committee, the Recycled National Food Committee, and the blacklisting of the Bahamas by the EU. Your Economic Recovery Committee, no mention of marine and the fly fishing industry. No mention of tax complaints and Awaki reform. No mention of competition law and antitrust laws to avoid monopolies. No mention of our land registry and the last report on protected areas along with dimensions. No mention of concessions for Bahamians or protection or limitations for industries for Bahamians. Where is the recovery, Mr. Speaker? Hindsight, Mr. Speaker, is 2020, and so is foresight. If I knew then what I now know, what a different Bahamas this would be. Your budget should speak to Bahamians, self-regulating and controlling our fly fishing, agriculture, and marine industries. Industries where parallel organizations are set up to reap the economic benefit of our seas and land. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. Where parallel, that means separate organizations, are set up to reap economic benefit, leaving the Bahamian hustle for the next year. You use us for the politics to get in the House of Assembly, while you give away our economy and the dignity of our people. Let me take this opportunity to thank former Member of Parliament for Michael, Honorable B. Alfred Gray, for his part in getting the fly fishing legislation through this House, as well as the executive members of the Bahamas Fly Fishing Industry Association. Our country will depend on amendments to the existing law, however, to save our people. But your valiant efforts, sir, as I have been told, would have given us and did give the Bahamian people starting point. Your National Food Committee, more than 100 statutory committees, including 3, 4 on food safety and quality committee, Bahamas Agricultural Health and Food Safety Authority, National Advisory Committee on Agriculture, BAMSI, all these committees, and the price of food continues to rise. The quality of food is still rich. The distribution of our food is limited without support. Blacklisting of the Bahamas by the EU. They are on to us, Mr. Speaker. They're on to the Bahamas. They're watching our parliament. They realize that we don't follow the laws we say we implement. They realize that we ignore the petitions of our people. They realize that this is more like a dictatorship than a democracy. They realize we're not serious about governance and the rule of law. The stress of our economy and such lack of vision will send many of us to our graves. We are not losing one more Bahamian to economic stress. How will we do it? We're going to get rid of it. We're going to rid ourselves of this spirit of special interest. We will rid ourselves of this spirit of discrimination against our own. We will rid ourselves of this spirit of all for me. This spirit of indifference when it comes to our people. Centerville binds that spirit, Mr. Speaker, for it is not what our forefathers had envisioned. Mr. Speaker, Centerville will now address the revenue portion of the budget. My issue here, Mr. Speaker, with this revenue is that there were no new ways to bring money into the country. Even through ideas or even expectations, that's what we do with budget. We expect. Therefore, the budget lacked ingenuity. This was one way to identify. This was one way to identify the work of your Economic Recovery Committee. We were looking to see an injection from your proposed foreign direct investment. We were looking to see your injection from your public-private partnership. By the way, we didn't see the injection from the drawdown of the nearly $1 billion in reserve. We didn't see the proposed injection for the in-case Caribbean catastrophe risk insurance. Also, what about the dormant funds? We didn't see an injection there either. The law, Mr. Speaker, in 2008, the Financial Administration and Audit Act, required the establishment of a contingency fund for our people and a reserve fund for our people. And even in 2014, a sovereign wealth fund for our people. Do we have any funds in these statutory accounts to help us with or make up the shortfall in our revenue budget? Your receipts from debt total $2 billion, but you have indicated a borrowing of 1.3. Should we expect that you'd be borrowing another $700 million in the short to medium term? Mr. Speaker, the revenue budget is dismal. It fails to incorporate Bahamian ownership. It fails to incorporate good governance. It fails to incorporate Bahamianization. It has failed the Bahamian people. Where is the revenue from the Life at Key Plan acquisition of 59 acres? Where's the revenue from NPD plan acquisition of 12 acres? Where's the revenue from the lease arrangement with the global port deal? Shouldn't these be a part of your budget projection if you expect them to amount to something? Mr. Speaker, where is the resilience? Where's the restoration? Where is, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity from crisis? Where is the report from the FNM Revenue Compliance and Enforcement Unit, which was the PLP's Revenue Enhancement Unit, and the Prime Minister Delivery Unit? Can someone enlighten us, please, on your projection? By the way, who's in charge of the FNM's Revenue and Enforcement Unit, which was the PLP's Revenue Enhancement Unit, and the Prime Minister's Ministry of his Delivery Unit? Who is in charge? Senate bill, Mr. Speaker, will abstain. And I invite all others, including your cabinet, to abstain. To abstain from any vote. Let me finish, please. This, Mr. Speaker, is very important because we're dealing with lives, the lives of the Bahamian people. And we'll invite all others, including your cabinet, to abstain from any vote that does not have its report, that does not meet their legal obligation to this House and the people of the Bahamas, and does not carry with it sufficient supporting documentation. What are we doing in here? And therefore, no real commitment to the Bahamian people that voted us in. I just asked this a couple minutes ago for the PHA and the NIHI report. I doubt we will receive them. And those are statutory obligations. We are pretty much breaking the law. Oh, Mr. Speaker, if the Bahamian people knew then, would be the Bahamian people know now? What a better Bahamas this would be. What a more representative parliament, Mr. Speaker, this would be. People representing of the people. People representing the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I will now go to the recurrent expenditure portion of the budget. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, may I ask, in accordance with the law, have the Fiscal Responsibility Council, a paid independent council, laid before this House their respective assessment report? Chairman Burrows, along with your council, can you, in accordance with the law, provide your assessment of the fiscal strategy to this Parliament, which was due January 31st? Can you provide your assessment of the country's fiscal responsibility principles and objectives, which was due March 31st? Can you provide your assessment, Mr. Chairman, of the annual budget, which is due July 31st of every year? But I spoke to that because I don't remember receiving one last year. Is your website up, Mr. Chairman, as required by the law, Section 2 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act? The Act allows this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to hold a public meeting on the assessment of this council. You see, Minister, you cannot expect to house fiscal responsibility in your FNM level when your council, my colleagues, have a legal obligation. Now you have an audit review committee. We will await to see that thing. This government, Mr. Speaker, is passing parlay laws. Laws you speak about, but do nothing about. Parlay, parlay, parlay. Parlay also means, Mr. Speaker, election talk. Blah, 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 blah. If we only knew then, Mr. Speaker, what we know now. In our recurrent expenditure review, we look at some areas. We're looking at the Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Finance, Public Debt Servicing, Ministry and the Department of Education, Social Services, Health, and Tourism. Public Service was awarded $263 million. We thank the Minister for Public Service for tabling his report last week, 217 numbers. But Mr. Speaker, how will our country move forward if we are operating of information received some 3, some 5 years, some more? Hindsight, Mr. Speaker, is 2020. It is also foresight. That ministry, Mr. Speaker, has an allocation of 12 million to special employment contracts, rent 38 million to who, and a lease to themselves to get NID from NID for 23 million. Mr. Speaker, can the Fiscal Responsibility Council assess and report actuarial position of a $60 million a year public service insurance? To me, simply not justifiable. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance and its debt servicing program. We've already spoken of the Fiscal Responsibility Council responsibility. We pay to be independent. However,
Recognize them, please.
Thank you. The member is making some very serious statements about the fiscal responsibility council. He's indicating that they're paid. I want to advise him, be careful, because they have not been paid. That is a matter that is being discussed at the moment, but they have not been paid. So your other criticisms, you can make your criticism, but those persons have not been paid. And I don't want you to put that on them.
Member for Centerville, you wish to withdraw the statement of them being paid? You don't want to mislead the Parliament or the
yeah, no, I would, I mean,
I haven't heard from the minister responsible.
well, if they're not paid, they have to right? They're not paid. And I said that looking at half, if I can remember, for them. So if in actuality they have not been paid and they are discussing payment, then I guess it's correct to say that they are not. However, like I said, they were tasked for to be make that report.
So you
we withdraw
thank you.
if they are not being paid. We withdraw.
Member has indicated.
Okay, well,
I don't think the minister would please.
I-
Carry on. You've withdrawn. Let's move on.
we
Let's move
withdraw
on.
the payment of the Fiscal Responsibility Council.
Thank you.
Okay. And I just wanted to be clear. The Fiscal Responsibility Council, is made up of their colleagues of mine. So it really isn't about a personal or personality thing for me. This is about the spirit of a parliament that refuses to follow their own rules and laws. I am just about governance. So if there's no governance, then I don't see why I want to talk about anything else, because governance is our structure. However, we will continue. Centerville is concerned about the arrears your ministry seems to be carrying. Arrears in rent, NID, arrears to the National Drug Plan, arrearages on EPC pension. Report. The country needs to know where we're at. Just to speak of I would have loved to support any budget put forth by any government. But if you're not meeting your statutory obligations, you're not going to get me to move. Because if it was me not doing something I was supposed to do, you're not going to wait. You won't wait. And that's not the issue. The issue really is because of the Haitian people. We can't have one standard for us and another standard for them. At some point, Mr. Speaker, can we get a reconciliation on the National Drug Plan and the National Health Insurance? The people, Mr. Minister, want to know about the sinking fund, the one established to pay down on the principal part of our debt. We are concerned that you're making interest payments but no principal payment. I'm telling you what the people are concerned about. However, to us, that signals an increase in borrowing very soon. By the way, your chart looked good yesterday. It showed a clear distinction between the last FNM administration and this one. Lawyers, Mr. Speaker, speak to the spirit of the law. Accountants account based on intent of the organization. If you're borrowing to repay debt, my colleague, with all due respect, it's new debt. Because you didn't have the money to pay the principal back. Borrowing to refinance and or to restructure is creativity. Which is it? Are we borrowing to accommodate repayments of principal, or are we borrowing for creative, resilient, and rebounding purposes? If we only knew then, Mr. Speaker, what we know now. Education. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised, actually, to see how statutory school boards are treated. They can assist with the proper running of our educational system if allowed to exercise their duties in accordance with the law. Our libraries, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, we have a library act. You see the libraries we have out there? They're not in but we got a library act. That helps us to regulate our library and education. Hard to ensure our children are given equal opportunity. There will be no resilience without restoring our educational system with a clear path to careers and ownership. The government, Mr. Speaker, continues to pledge monies through and to institutions. 50 million plus to University of the Bahamas. 10 million plus to BPVI with additional operational subventions. Both organizations, Mr. Speaker, have a legal and statutory obligation to table their audited financial statements before this House, and we have none. Touting free education becomes lip service and political rhetoric to a people and a country desperate for good governance. These institutions could never get international funding under those circumstances, and therefore your approach is not sustainable. In a ministry where the ideals of governance and institutional knowledge is the framework for a just, equitable, and progressive society. Please, Mr. Speaker, can you have these institutions follow the law? Because by the looks of it, well, sorry, the Prime Minister isn't here, but let me just read what I have here. Please have these institutions follow the law, Mr. Prime Minister. Because by the looks of it, you will be appointing yourself to that ministry as well. Mr. President, Chairman of the University of the Bahamas, Mr. Chairman of the BPVI, please get the report to this House. Otherwise, the world will continue to question their reliance on the educational criteria and the skills of our people. That's resilience, Mr. Speaker. That's forward thinking, letting the global world know through your governance that our educational and training institutions are prepared. I was surprised to see a deduction in the environmental budget with climate change projected to be a main issue. I hope the Ministry of Disaster in its $11 million budget brings a report to the Parliament on the plan for this hurricane season required. Mr. Speaker, we simply need accountability and transparency. Much of what was promised by this administration. The capital expenditure and agencies of government. I will not say much, Mr. Speaker, about capital expenditure. There was a lot said on that already. However, I took note of the public procurement bill as tabled. And we also took note of the budget that was given to the Ministry will only hope that no contracts are issued until this bill has passed. We all know how it works, Mr. Speaker. You drop a bill because most people believe that once it's tabled, it has been passed. It's not passed. It's only tabled. That means it has been debated. While those who know it continue to rape a system until it does. So, Minister, responsible, my good friend and colleague, Mr. Michael, if you can give an account of all contracts issued prior to the passing of the Procurement Act, notice I said prior to the passing, not tabling, and those issued after the procurement, sorry, let me just finish this last point, because I don't want Michael, because he's gonna, I know he probably will come up. I want him to. I said prior to the passing, not table, and those issued after the procurement that apply to this budget. That would be progressive, and the people of Bahamas thank you in advance. State-owned enterprises. Just for the record, we're giving Beaches and Parks $15 million with no audited financials for the past 5 years. We're reading Water and Sewage financials, reading Bahamas Air financials. Governance, Mr. Speaker, governance. That is what this is about. Without governance, there's no accountability. Without governance, there's room for frustration, room for corruption. Governance, Mr. Speaker, is the only thing we will have to get out. More than money, it's governance. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, it's governance over money. Placing money into the hands of poor governance is a recipe for failure. Empowerment is about people, not capital. They both must coexist. We cannot have one without the other. There's no progress in that. Mr. Speaker, I say to you, thank you. Thank you to all those Bahamians from abroad who contacted me, as well as all those local professionals who find themselves politically marginalized. Even though you are qualified,
Members, that's stand up.
thank you to all those Bahamians from abroad who contacted me and those local professionals as well, who find themselves politically marginalized. Many of us in here have been politically marginalized. So we know what it's all about. Even though you are qualified, you are underpaid and underutilized. There's no better time than now to talk about our future. World leaders, time and time again, have discussed our lack of preparation for a disaster and pandemic. Today, we are faced with a health and an economic and a financial pandemic, and we have failed to prepare for both. The strategy, Mr. Speaker, for moving forward is firstly to understand where we're at. Where we're at with health. Where are we with education? Where are we with our economy? And Centerville needs all to assist. Parliament, Mr. Speaker, refuses to provide the people with a report on the public account. So we have no idea where we are economically. The FNM and the PLT refuse to tell the state of our public treasury, as mandated through a committee of this House. Our people, Mr. Speaker, must know where we are so that we can all help and be a part of crisis to an opportunity. If the truth and the energy of the people, if we do not have the truth and the energy of the people, we won't win. The nature of politics today, Mr. Speaker, I believe, is to keep us confused. How do they do that? Everything goes to the consolidated fund, and the reports are 3, 5, some 10 years behind. How is Centerville impacted? Our government-assisted housing program is being challenged. I've begged year after year after year for them to have repairs redone, cleaned up, but living conditions even confess the first with the environment, health environment that they're in. Our informal business sector, Mr. Speaker, quite a number of persons work out of their house in Centerville. This is being challenged because of the requirements that they themselves are expected to make without money. And many of them would not, most likely, would not qualify for assistance. We expect our unemployment rate in Centerville to jump by an additional 50%. As many are frontliners, and some of them are not even working prior to COVID-19. A lot of our constituents and persons in the Central constituency, some of them have pre-existing conditions and unable to afford health care. A lot of them are not insured, Mr. Speaker. Many of our children are not at the educational level to even graduate. Therefore, it's very hard when it comes down to health care. Many depend, Mr. Speaker, on pumps, which we have found from time to time to not be sanitary. However, the minister responsible has advised and has sent out persons to ensure that those are kept to standard. Mr. Speaker, I had asked before, but this government will not legislate the benefit because it doesn't hold them accountable. You must be careful how you vote. Centerville could not have done this budget without COVID-19 gave me the courage, the confidence, the fortitude to forge a new way forward, notwithstanding partisan politics. Forging ahead, fearless, with confidence and commitment. We know what's good for us, Mr. Speaker. We know what's best for our children. And we are encouraging our school boards and PTAs to take their rightful position in their fight by helping us to educate our communities of the reality of their financial position. We encourage local governments who must determine their value to the consolidated fund and demand more for your island and more for the health and wealth of your island and your community. Our farmers, Mr. Speaker, and our fishermen must look at the Lord to protect them and their industry and fight for what is right. Gone are the days, Mr. Speaker, when we will vote for what someone says they will do for us. Let's see what we would have done. Taxi cab drivers and union members, many of you are living on generational political promises. Let's get over it. Let's move on and vote accordingly. Do not leave your future up to your executive, much like we leave it up to our government. If we knew then, Mr. Speaker, what we know now, oh, what a different Bahamas this would be. Police and defense force officers, you're on the front line. With inadequate income, inadequate health insurance, and inadequate pension. You are bigger than a political promotion. Let's not go on political promises of promotion. That does not last. Mr. Speaker, hindsight is 2020. So is foresight. If we, the Bahamian people, knew then know now what a better Bahamas this would be. Our struggle, Mr. Speaker, has reached a defining moment. It's time to summon a new sense of patriotism. There's no red flag, Mr. Speaker, or yellow flag. There's the Bahamian flag. There's no Abaco Bahamian, Freeport Bahamian, Long Island Bahamian. We're all Bahamian. Yes. This is not your Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, or my Bahamas. This is our Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. For to God be all the glory for the great things he has done.
Thank you, Senator. Member for Bumbletown. Member for Bumbletown, Dowell.
Mr. Deputy, I do move that the business of this House to continue beyond 7 p.m.
Been moved and seconded that the business of the House continues beyond the 7 o'clock hour. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Opposing, rise. Business of this House will continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many. The chair recognizes the member for North Eleuthera.
Mr. Deputy, I am indeed privileged to stand here today on behalf of the people of North Eleuthera. It gives me pleasure. It gives me pleasure. Look like my good friend from South Andres is trying to divert me from my speech. I don't see that happening, South Andres. But Mr. Speaker,
Can't breathe from here, man. I can't breathe.
but Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, let me say once again that I am thrilled to be here and to speak on behalf of my people in North Eleuthera. I take serious the charge that has been placed on me as its representative. I have to first, though, Mr. Deputy, convey condolences to Mrs. Juanita Mather, who will be buried tomorrow in Harbor Island. I also want to convey condolences to Mrs. Rosalie Stewart, who will be buried on Thursday. I also want to convey condolences to the family of Mr. Patrick Pettican. And Mr. Deputy, Mr. Pettican is one who I could truly say was my friend. Yes. Mr. Deputy, there's also, it appears as if North Eleuthera, all it's having now is funerals, because there's also Mrs. Leona Jane Kemp. She too will be interned this week. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, one of our finest sons from the Eleuthera, not necessarily north, he's out of the south, Mr. Charlie Strong. A very, very good F&F and a fine gentleman, to say the least. But on a good note, Mr. Deputy, I want to thank the good member for Mount Moriah for finally granting one of the sons of Harbor Island the accommodation that he so deservedly, and I want to say that, deservedly was entitled to. That's how I feel about it. And I talk about no other than Captain Obadiah Whitfield Neal. last remaining active officer on the defense force who was on that ill-fated boat, the Flamingo. And I thank you for that, Mount Moriah. He's a good man and a proud son of Harbor Island boy. But now, Mount Moriah, I wasn't too kind to my police officers in Harbor Island. A lot of them got promotions, but look like they passed over Harbor Island. And so I take it that you didn't get to them this time. But I expect for you to reach out to them in the next batch. Mr. Deputy, I want to highlight some of the efforts of what is known as the Harbor Island Food Bank. It is a phenomenal organization that has been funded by the good and wonderful inner residents of Harbor Island and North Eleuthera. We have, for the last 7 weeks, served food baskets every week to more than 1,500 households at North Eleuthera. This organization, Mr. Deputy, whose persons who serve are Mr. Ben Simmons, Mr. Will Simmons, Mr. Dave Gonzalez, Mr. Robert Griffin, Mr. Terrence Davis, who's the chief counselor who sits on that committee, Mr. Frisco Higgs, and myself, the member. But let me highlight the efforts of one person who came into our community and has become one of us. And she has led the charge in terms of raising funds for this effort. And that is one Miss India Hicks. Mr. Deputy, I can't thank the winter residents of our area for all that they have done. And I want to make it perfectly clear because at one point there was some misinformation as to whether or not that this initiative was mine. I want to publicly say this initiative was not mine, but I've been a part of it from its inception. Mr. Deputy, the help and assistance from this organization has gone as far as Gregorytown in the south, and we were supposed to have initiated assistance as far as Spanish Wells in the north, but we've definitely taken on Harbor Island, Lower Bogue, Upper Bogue, the Bluff, Current Island, every week without fail. Every week without fail, packages were being delivered throughout the community. And to show what to foster good community spirit, all of the churches were established as pantries so that they would distribute the food. Other civic organizations like the PTA, they were enlisted to do the same. And so I can tell you that I can state categorically there are no hungry people in the area. COVID-19, Mr. Deputy, has taught us to be our brother's keeper. Like the budget said, from crisis to opportunity. And that is what this particular organization is established for. Now, I will be remiss as not to give credit to another organization in Harbor Island known as the Island Aid. It is also an organization that is financed by other widow residents of Harbor Island. And this organization has hired at least 20 to 30 persons. And they are engaging them in doing community projects throughout Harbor Island. Well, you know, you want me to talk. But I can be kind. Because I'm sure you are aware. You know, I cannot yield to temptation, but if I still. But Mr. Speaker, I beg leave at this junction to express my thanks and my gratitude to the frontline workers who have successfully battled the COVID-19 pandemic in our country. We have fared well as a country and thankfully have not suffered the same experiences as many first world nations. Many of our sister nations that are more industrial and even many who have healthcare systems much, much better than ours are experiencing absolute horror. With thousands of their citizens dying each day, Mr. Speaker, things got so bad in New York City that senior health professionals even began to commit suicide as they could not bear the extent of what was now their new normal. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the remarks of the opposition, who sought to criticize every action of this government as we continued along this journey, I commend the administration for being able to act and act swiftly. The health crisis that has now shifted to an economic crisis has caused policymakers to have to think and act quicker than ever before. I think that the opposition, as a matter of tradition, standing back to the Christie Davis administration, became too far in accepting and comfortable with slow and inept and effective decisions that they made. Mr. Speaker, as we fought this battle together as Bahamians, there have been some bumps along the road. But Mr. Speaker, this administration has been able to adjust quickly, listen to the views of the Bahamian people, and after policy as this very fluid and dynamic situation continued to evolve. As we speak, we are monitoring the current situation in the United States concerning possible increases in cases. Mr. Speaker, we do not live in a vacuum. The Bahamas is not shut out from the rest of the world. We must continue to make the best decision. We can be given the evolving circumstances and on the advice of our physicians. The opposition, Mr. Speaker, is very good at their job in that they oppose and simply criticize every COVID-19 policy once it had been created, as the saying goes. Hindsight is 2020. This pandemic called for careful and considerate leadership. And I trust the Bahamian people have been and continue to be confronted by the fact that this F&M administration is in the driver's seat at this time. You know, I had never had an opportunity to publicly thank my friend for the role that he played in this fight. And so, my brother, today, I want to publicly say thank you for what you have done. And I know the feeling that I feel in regards to you and the efforts that you have done is shared by many throughout this country. Mr. Deputy, the opposition would like you to have or to believe that the Bahamas is the only country feeling the effect of this COVID-19. That only we as Bahamians have had to make tough choices and to adjust to what is perhaps a new normal. But at least for the next few quarters, Mr. Deputy, some of the world's largest economies are fearful that the coronavirus will destroy their economic growth. And that there are even some investors that feel that their government's intervention may not be enough. Mr. Deputy, the deputy leader, who I like to call my friend, of the PLP, stated yesterday that he doesn't believe any of this administration's physical projections and outlook. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if he believes the World Bank projection that global GDP is expected to contract by some 5.2%, which is said to be the deepest global recession in decades. Despite the extraordinary efforts of governments to counter the downward turn with fiscal and monetary support, Mr. Deputy, I wonder if the deputy leader has seen countries in Europe at odds over financial support from the EU. The shield against economic losses as a result of COVID-19, or does he suggest this to be untrue as well? Mr. Deputy, I wonder if he believes that the world's top economists, when they forecast that every region is now subject to substantial downturns that are expected to reverse years of economic development? Or is it, Mr. Deputy, that he only finds the statements of our country's financiers and professionals to be false? I say that to point to the fact that the problem, the financial problems that are felt here are felt worldwide. Mr. Deputy, I found my good friend from Exuma and Ragged Island statement yesterday. And it cost me to go and to do something I haven't done in a while, like in the days of school. Go back and do a little research and do a little studying to be able to reflect on some of his statements.
You know, sometimes you just can't take what you hear. You know, and sometimes when you hear these figures being thrown out, and if you don't weigh them in the balance, you could be sidetracked. But I want to continue to point out some other stuff, Mr. Deputy. The member attempted to deflect from the fact that he flip-flopped on advising the government to borrow up to $2 billion. The member should admit that his initial statement were his personal views as to the financial professional, and his subsequent backtracking came, and this is only my belief, after being reprimanded by his party for advancing views that may have prevented the PLP from spinning their political rhetoric. You know, I don't know if any of y'all got to see a certain fella who was drumming up support and saying, during the Parliament tomorrow, we're going to hear how these people going to talk about all this money they're going to borrow, and they don't know how they're going to deal with this. And he set up this stage that he felt that we were not going to be prepared for what we were facing. But lo and behold, I keep telling them, freedom of speech. Mr. Deputy, it is obviously amazing to see the member tell the House that he never said this and that we should read his plan. The Speaker, Mr. Deputy, let's examine what the member said previously in an Eyewitness News article dated April the 14th, 2020. The member for Exuma said, and I quote, "This is not the time to focus on debt ratios. This is the time to provide relief for our people." End of quote. And we are doing exactly that, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that now is not the time to ensure that all citizens are able to return to their lives with some sense of normalcy. The member for Exuma also stood on the floor on this House in March of this year and suggested that the government should be identifying borrowing facilities in the area of $1 billion to $2 billion in order to shore up the economy. But you know, when we borrow, they're the same people who keep telling us you're borrowing, you're borrowing, you're borrowing. We can't have it both ways. You can't tell us borrow, 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 and then when we borrow, you say, all you're doing is borrowing. He then lambasted the government in various statements, press conferences, and even in contributions yesterday, going on relentlessly about debt ratios. But in a meeting of the National Progressive Institute, Exuma said that he expected unemployment to be in the range of 50%, and that he expected the debt to GDP to exceed 100%. Mr. Speaker, isn't it strange that backtracking, flip-flopping, and gross duplicity being exhibited by this member?
He says one thing to their all-intelligent think tank, the National Progressive Institute, comprised of young professionals who won't buy into the political spin doctrine, but come in the House of Assembly trying to muddy the water. I'm going to say that again. They come in this House and try to muddy the water and to confuse the Bahamian people. I ask Exuma and Ragged Island, what is it going to be? Which side of the fence are you on? Mr. Deputy, it appears as if the opposition main focus is boring as they continue to mislead the public and mask the severity of our issues. I sat behind Exuma and Ragged Island yesterday and wondered how must he feel to go against gut knowledge and economic wisdom, all for political expedience. Brownie point, sound bite. We conclude that this is the largest budget deficit in the history of this country. We acknowledge that. We accept that. But in these times of turmoil, where our country is still reeling from the effects of Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19, has brought us to the global economy. Seven has brought us to a near standstill. We are projecting to experience a loss in revenue of over $970 million. One must ask the question, where will the money come from? Where will the money come from to continue the work of the government? Mr. Deputy, I often get caught up in conversations with people who say the government should do this, government should do that, as if the government has a printing press. And one of the things that I like to utilize for them to get an understanding of how things work, I said, in your own life and in your own experience, you would probably like to live in the best house in the world. You would probably like to drive, Mr. Deputy, one of the best cars in the world. You would probably like to travel as often and to some of the most exotic places in the world. But you don't. And why don't you? Because you are governed by your finances. You cannot afford it. And so why do people believe that this government could do all of the things that they are asking to be done? And so why we can't do everything that we want to do and would like to do and need to do, we will do the best that we can with what we have. Mr. Deputy, the government has not levied any additional taxes. Let me repeat that. The government has not levied no additional taxes. I'm sure plenty of you heard it being mumbled around. Oh, they're going to see an increase in this, they're going to see an increase in that, because you need money. That's what I referred to. The day before coming to Parliament,
stem the tide in terms of raising taxes. But ministries were asked to cut their budget. No staff has been laid off. And it's incredible that, some fellas who own some companies, they laid off some of their people. They can say that, move on. And every civil servant, as being able to retain their job, the government revenue, the government revenue based on was already impacted as the second and third largest economic engines, Abaco and Grand Bahama, were completely shut down. As a result of Hurricane Dorian, in addition to restoring the infrastructure of these islands, the government of the Bahamas still has responsibility to providing services to the public on an on and ongoing basis. Mr. Deputy, we already decreased the revenues before COVID-19, and the government currently losing hundreds of millions of dollars now due to the pandemic. Now, how else does Exuma and Ragged Island propose to continue to fund government ministries, the police, the defense force, the prison officers, the teachers, provide support to our state-owned enterprises, as well as provide social services to those most in need? That money has to be found. It has to come from somewhere, and our revenues have been cut substantially by the fact that Abaco and Grand Bahama, the revenue that used to generate number 2 and number 3 revenue generators, all taken out. This is unprecedented. Never in the history of this country. Never. But yet we still march on. I admit that there are some areas in our country that we must bring some much needed reform, such as to our public service, as well as examine how best we can modernize our state-owned enterprises. But in the interim, Mr. Deputy, the work of the government must continue. Salaries must be paid, lights must stay on, and services must continue to be provided to the public. Mr. Deputy, there's nothing innovative about the member for Exuma suggesting borrowing method. His plan speaks to issuing zero-coupon bonds, and he shouts every day about borrowing at low interest rates that somehow magically balloon from low to extremely high from March, when he first made the suggestion to now. Mr. Deputy, while this would lead to decreased debt service charges in the short term, millions of dollars would still be added to the country's national debt, impacting the very debt ratios that he vehemently detests in this place yesterday. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that the member's plan, and layman's term is to borrow big, but wants to make the Bahamian people believe that borrowing is only bad when the PLP is in opposition. I want to say that again. The member wants the Bahamian people to believe that borrowing is only
when the PLP is in opposition. Mr. Deputy, the country will judge this administration on the execution of this budget as we attempt to stabilize our economy. With very little useful commentary at this time, the opposition has resorted to fear-mongering and misleading the country, even as Exuma spent the majority of his contribution yesterday, commending the government's effort and conceding to the dire strait that our economy finds itself in today. Mr. Deputy, as much as the opposition attempts to grasp at straws and clamor for attention in the media, it is this administration, through its fiscal prudence and responsibility, that was able to decrease our fiscal deficit during our tenure, thus giving us the added fiscal headroom to deal with the situation such as at this time. You know, if he wasn't conservative, if we wasn't cutting back on spending, if we wasn't like Mama used to say, when you made that dollar save 25 cents, we would have been in one hell of a place today, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this administration captured 90% of the parliamentary seats in 2017. The Bahamian people understand that the next election will be about trust. Mr. Speaker, through you, I ask the Bahamian people, who do you trust to lead this country, especially in times of crisis? I will say this much, Mr. Deputy. I will say this much. When you compare where we are and our turn and what we are doing versus what they are doing, to borrow a phrase, the choice is clear. Mr. Deputy, I have sat in this honorable chamber on many occasions and listened to the contributions from the member from Cat Island and Rumkey and San Salvador. I have often at times wondered where the honorable gentleman found his voice. You could have handled it for him. I would have had no problem in it. I made sure I know. See, I tell you, I went and I did my homework. So I made sure I had my supporting documents in the event that they were called for. Mr. Speaker, while in opposition, or while the opposition continues to talk, we continue to act. They talk about solar energy. We have been acting with several award-winning projects already up and running, with an additional $80 million allocation in this fiscal year. They talk about diversification and investing in our new industries. But, Mr. Speaker, no government in the history of this country has ever made the investment in entrepreneurship than this administration, with an allocation of $55 million. You know, somebody said about earlier today that what are we doing about ownership or Bahamian ownership? What are we doing about that? gone from 5 million to 55 million for small business enterprises. And the purpose of that is to create ownership. Not talk, action. Mr. Speaker, the day will come when one of our young entrepreneurs will establish the next big industry in this Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, you know, we've used it on many occasions, but we already have a success story, you know. And they don't even need me now to give them any accolades or any notoriety. But there's a company, there's a young company, they ain't too young now because they're well established. That's the company, that's them. $5,000. Talk, man, talk. The Speaker, this visionless and all talk, no acting opposition seeks to place the blame for every issue at the feet of this government. This government is facilitating organic growth of young Bahamian businessmen and showing what real creativity and innovation is. And not just talking it, Mr. Speaker, but facilitating it. We are providing opportunity for individuals to start and expand their businesses. We must understand, Mr. Speaker, that the diversification of our economy begins with the spark of entrepreneurs. We are teaching our Bahamians how to fish, as opposed to simply giving them a fish. I remember my good friend Charlie Maynard, who always used to say, teach them to fish. Teach them to fish. So they don't have to keep coming every day. No, but once they know how to fish, they will feed themselves. The issue we face in our country today have developed over a number of years. This administration has only been in office 37 months. And we have dealt with so much, Mr. Speaker. The former 3 prime ministers have never collectively in 50 years in office and have done, and I don't think any of them have ever had to deal with the severe back-to-back blows to our economy, such as what we have experienced today. None of them. But our country is still resilient. We will pull through together, and as we have done multiple times in the past. Speechwriters for the leaders of the opposition have attempted to paint him as one who conveniently has the solution to every problem. Permit me to ask, though, Mr. Speaker, where these solutions were while the country suffered 5 years of gross mismanagement under his administration. When asked about incidents of alleged impropriety on his ministry, his government, Cat Island, usually respond was he was not aware, or he simply did not know. Is this the sort of leader? Is this the sort of leader that Exuma and Rugged Island wants to serve under during a crisis or even during normal times? Someone who never knows. Let me take us all to a stroll
down memory lane. Mr. Deputy, there's a place or this known as during the failed Christie Davis administration, while the member for Cat Island served as the Minister of Work, authorized the construction of dormitories at the Bamsey site in North Andros. Mr. Speaker, well, I ain't getting involved with the side. Mr. Speaker, the then minister awarded the contract for construction of dorms without the contractor having insurance. Mr. Speaker, as the saying goes, no lie lasts forever. Mr. Speaker, in January of 2015, the dormitories burnt into a ball of flame. The very same member then came to this honorable house and misled the parliament. I quote,
The chair recognizes. With the point of order, sorry, shut up.
Speaker, I like to just senior member in this honorable place. As a point of caution, I'd like to warn the member for North.
Hold on. Not on this. Only the speaker wants. What's your point? You can't warn them. What's your point?
I advise member for North. Yeah, he's going on a very slippery slope.
What's the point of order?
In that,
only
my point of order is that
yes,
he's going down a very slippery slope politically.
That is not a point.
At the end of the day, he must speak to the fact if he's going to bring up Bamsey, Mr. Speaker. I'm also saying that he has members who sit among him today who've been also brought before the court so we can go down that path. I am simply saying, Mr. Speaker, I am simply saying the member should be careful in making allegations against the member for Cat Island in his absence.
It's not a point of order. Numbers. Please. Not a point of order. Number for North and Lutheran. Okay. What's your already?
My point of order is that member
Please. Sit on this. Please. It's not a point of order. Sit down, yield. Sit on this. Can you please? Yield, please. Yield, sit on this. One second. I'm gonna make this point very clear. Sit on this. I'm not sure what you're trying to prove, but if you do that again, I would not take. Please. That was not a point of order. The chair recognizes the member for North Lutheran.
Point of order.
Do you have a point of order?
Yeah, as the member, I did not have a point of order. That commentary.
The point is taken. The point on 1 second, Norton. The chair recognizes the point raised by Grand Baham, and notwithstanding the chair's request that the member for South Andros yield on the point that the Western point. I am going to agree with the members for East Grand Bahama in order that the record responds to the commentary by the members of South Africa. It was a deliberate attempt to reiterate and quite obviously disrespect this chair. The chair recognizes the member for North Lutheran.
Mr. Speaker, I often utilize or embrace advice given. the member for South Andres, who I've known for many, many, many years. And there was no attempt or there was no maliciousness on my part to try and to malign the member for Cat Eye. I simply wish to refer to the fact. I'm only, you see, if we want to say that this administration is foolish or slow, not doing what it's supposed to do, and you're saying that you now want to hold us accountable. All people said, come clean even if you come rough dry. If, you know, you can't, you, you, and I'm being serious about this. We are expected to forget their past and accept what they purport to be their future and just let it go. But it can't be so. It can't be so. There's a level of accountability that must be said. And I hear my good friend say, this is politicking. Yes, it is. I accept that. In the same way, I knock on them. You know, I knock on us. You have seen me on many occasions tell my colleagues when I think that there's something that's not right. And so what I want the Bahamian people to know that a choice, like they keep saying, is going to be made in 2022. And don't tell me that we are not worthy when you are only doing an assessment of us when we have the facts on you.
Not only true. Not only true.
I'll take your guide. You know, I can move on, you know. There's too much. And I only can touch on them briefly. You know, I can just touch them and move. They got Dempsey. And I know my good friend from Exuma. I know sometimes he is sick. I tell he ain't here, so I better leave that alone. But, you know, sometimes I sit back there and I listen to what he says, and he makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. But you see, on the backdrop of what he said, I wonder how he thinks when he makes, Mr. Deputy, an assessment on those who he now seek to lead. You can't tell me that you want us to be prudent and to be and to be suspect and to walk the straight and the narrow and be honorable. Then you forget the past. And they like to say when we refer to the past, man, why you all want to go back to that? But the thing about it, Mr. Deputy, they have no problem going back to 67 and before. You know, they want to go way back there, but they can skip over 2012 to 2007. But the devil is a liar. You got Bamsey, you got to deal with that. And I recall there's a certain fella high up in the rank of that party who said they must apologize to the Bahamian people. Still beaten on that apology. You have the Star Academy, another story. Millions of dollars unaccounted for, spent and we don't own the property. Huh? And then they won't come and talk about the other day. Oh, we noticed y'all raised y'all raised the allowance for spending for travel. Y'all set up some money for the spouse of the prime minister, but millions of dollars. Let's be real. And I can skip out plenty of this. I can skip out plenty of this, but I can save it because I want to get the things related to my constituency. And then some of us should remember, or those of you who are from the island of Grand Bahama, you remember that school in 8 Mile Rock with the unprecedented coup contractors. And when the issue was raised, the member for Cat Island, who's responsible for the Ministry of Work, where no construction in this country, or it is highly unbelievable that any construction in this country can take place without the knowledge and the warehouse of the Ministry of Work. I remember, he sits right in front of me. And no response when the report was coming out about money spent and how you could have 2 contractors doing the same job or similarly. And he sat there. And the good member from Angleston at the rise and say, I am very familiar with this particular contract. How can somebody in a entirely different ministry know more than you? That is their elect and your responsibility. But yet, he now wants to lead. Oh, I got plenty to say. No, man, that's only half hour. I got an hour. That's only half hour. I ain't get to my Northern Lutheran. Let me go fast. No.
I'll assess the carelessness for Northern Lutheran. Actually, this is your tail end.
Mr. Deputy, are you telling me that I've been speaking for...
Yes. It was Northern Lutheran. Northern Lutheran, the chair will never rob you of your time, notwithstanding all of the unnecessary.
And I go do all this research to go do this piece, and then you all
carry on smartly.
You all cutting me. Well, now, Mr. Deputy, forward has taught us. Boy, I don't know. I should have had my.
You have an extra 2 minutes on that, given the.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me just say this: that the investment COVID-19 has taught us. COVID-19 has taught us that we now need to divest ourselves of all of our interests. And hear me out. We now need to start to invest in our family island. COVID-19 has taught us that you who are in Nassau are locked in, while we on the family islands have been free. Empower us that we can carry on, that we can assist you. I would be remiss if I not talk about the fishing industry. And Mr. Deputy, I hope I'm not preempting the minister, but I need this administration to reach out and touch the fishing industry in this country so that we could feel them, the fishermen of this country. And I represent the largest fishing group in the country. And I need, Mr. Minister, I need y'all to handle my fishermen. I know that there's pending legislation, but I don't need it to pen. I need it to pass. I need those fishermen who are part of our security, because when they go out there, they generate revenue for their families, but more so than that, they feed our families. They feed the nation. And they should not be having to beg for something that they're entitled to. This is my government. I am a part of you. But I need them taken care of. And, you know, I got nothing against my good friend from North Andrews. But y'all let people go crabbing, and you're held up from allowing my people to fish and to sell their fish. You know what? There are no fishing or fish houses all over this country. They're in particular locations. And so I feel like Moses today. Let my people go. Count on you, my brother. We go back far. But I know one thing. He alone can't do it. Y'all there on the other side. Y'all take care of that for me. Now I'm going to speed quickly. In order for Family Island to succeed, there are several things that they need. They need docks. They need airports. They need medical centers. They need roads. They need crown land. And they need local government to be empowered. Empowered with money. East Grand Bahama. They need money. The only way they can do things is with money. And we on the Family Island ain't feeling the love. But I'm looking at this budget, and I see Ministry of Works have $515.5 million. I expect to see plenty of that in North Eleuthera, or in Eleuthera on the whole. Our roads need to be addressed. And I wish the Minister of Works was here today, because the Russell Island Bridge that collapsed on the 6th of May, the barge that we are using now to serve as a causeway, the owners of that barge was kind enough to provide that for us. They were scheduled to leave to go back on a job that they left today. They haven't left. We need that address. Spanish Wells need that address. They need to have that address until such time as the contractor takes his responsibility and build the new bridge. Farming, my friend again. Speaker, please indulge me with 5 minutes. I can't go back to my people and not tell them I talked about North Eleuthera.
The chair will use his discretion. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Farming,
Carry on. I've got excellent farmers in Eleuthera. All they need for you is to empower them. And I know your programs and I've seen your budget. I need you to get out there, walk with them. I need you to get out there, talk with them. I need you to give them all the resources that they need. I got a lady in Gregory Town, Mr. Deputy, named Lady Di. Oh, she can grow. She can grow anything you want to grow. I got another young man in the bluff area named Pine Trail. He can grow. And he's willing to teach our young people. We're not like them other fellas. There's a fella the other day who got up in another place. He got up in another place and he said, the problem I have with these young people, they want to tell you everything. Young people listen to them, you know. They don't want to listen to you. But we've got some people that want to train our young people, Mr. Deputy, but I need the government to embrace them and to work with them. I'm a part of you, but if you don't do what you need to do, I have a problem with that. The same way I talk about them, I will talk about you. So you all know that anyhow. They ain't like you don't know that. And Mr. Prime Minister, I know you're in here, but you're listening. I can't go back to North Duluth and tell them people that I ain't get no crown land for them. I've got hundreds of people that are ready to build. They're ready to go out and develop. They're ready to construct homes. They're ready to construct businesses, but they need the land. Land is power. So, Mr. Prime Minister, through the deputy, please give us that land. I feel like a beggar, and you all know me, I don't like beg. But we need that land. We need that land, Mr. Prime Minister. I need an airport. You all see North Duluth was there to help and assist when New Providence was out of the loop, when you lost Abaco and Grand Bahama to Dorian, we stepped in the gap for you. Well, you were shut down for a while. Yeah, you shut down for a while. And we picked up the slack. You know? That's an example. But I'm speaking for me. I can't let example speak for itself. Because I need North Duluth taken care of. I need that airport. I need that. But more so than that, while I approve of this budget for the many things that it seeks to do, I would be remiss, or I would be in derelict of my responsibilities, that the portions where monies have been allocated in this budget, that I don't get to feel them and touch them in North Duluth. We need, and we'll help you carry your burden. East Grand Bahama, you know, we put plenty of money in the budget. We ain't asking for all we put, but we also asking for more than we get. So help me, help you. On that note, Mr. Deputy, North Duluth supports this bill, and North Duluth will be looking for its share of funds coming from this bill.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duther. As many, the chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I didn't want to interrupt the good member of Parliament doing his job, as every good member of Parliament should have thought it was a powerful presentation. But just a few clarifications in case there were persons, the Deputy, who were unaware of what was happening in North relative to the fishers. It would have been nice if the member of Parliament had mentioned what his fishers actually say about their with responsibility to marine resources. What? Oh, sorry? I could yield if you.
No, what? One second. This thing will be about.
Yeah. So Mr. Deputy, one of the good things about the Naughty Luther is really the vigilance of the fishing community, and their biggest concern has been poachers on Bahamian fishing in Bahamian waters. I believe this administration has answered that in a resounding way, to the extent that Spanish Well, Naughty Luther, stands with the government and the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources as we fight a court case against those very persons we've prevented from fishing in Bahamian waters who we do not believe have the right to do so. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the agriculture, the largest budget ever approved for land clearing in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas was done just recently under this administration. Naughty Luther benefit from that in a significant way. And we've held both fishing and farming town meetings in Naughty Luther. We always like encouragement, but quite frankly, we've been demonstrating it independent of encouragement, that we stand with our fishers and we stand with our farmers.
Very much. The new North Luther, you like?
I just want to publicly say the member is commended, and I just want to make sure that he has all of the necessary support to take to the level.
Thank you, North.
Because that's what we're looking for. Food security for fishing farming.
As many. Yeah, the chair recognizes the member for North Abaco. Sorry, North Andros and the Berry Islands, who looks as COVID has been very good to him. but he is a member of Her Majesty's government of the Bahamas, so the chair recognizes North Andros and the Berry Islands.
Thank you. Thank you. Cannot get it wrong. Just an hour. I would first like to thank the Almighty God for allowing me to be here after experiencing such a, and also I would like to thank people of North Andros and the Berry Island constituency for electing me to represent them in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker. I also would like to take this time to say a special hello to my mother, whom I miss very dearly, my family in the States, and all those who are watching me in North Andros. Just want you to know I love you, and I'll be there shortly. I'll also like to extend out my condolences to a lot of my loved ones that we may have lost throughout this pandemic. Some of the ones that we may have lost, one of the first victims, Johnson's sister and I shared the same birthday and were very close. She will be missed dearly. Also, I have a friend in Germany, Ozzy, who lost his wife 2 days ago. Give you my condolences, my brother. My family in Andros, the Russell family, Farrington family, Oliver family, Markey family, all those who I may forget right now, want to accept my condolences, because I know what you would have gone through, especially growing up with many of them. But we will get through this. Mr. Speaker, after listening to budget debate, this I must say, a trying time like this was the best budget that I've seen come forth. Mr. Speaker, after serving in the Bahamas Customs Department 20 years and collecting the government revenue, I realized what it is when you have to put on the entry for concession, but nothing has changed. How are you going to get that? I realized that we depended highly on tourism coming into the country, where millions of dollars would have been collected by pleasure crowds, visitors coming into the hotel now that's affected by so many. I look at this budget and I see relief. Most of all, and most importantly, I see a way of caring for our people who have paved the way for us. Our senior citizens, even raised their pension, because this is a caring government. I can't wait for my 2 weeks of watching back to school. See, these are the things that are very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you want to know when a man is great? When you can control yourself under pressure. And God knows what he was doing when he elected the member for Kalani during this time. I must say, Speaker, I had no fear, because I know God has kept us. He didn't bring us this far. But Mr. Speaker, what gets me so much is that if you are in opposition, you must oppose. You must find something to say because you're in opposition. But now is not the time. Not when you know what we have experienced and what you know we're up against. But it's okay to make mistakes after $2 billion was in our budget. And you could retract it. That's what real leaders do. We realize and acknowledge that we were wrong. Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged that I was given the task by the honorable member of Kalan to have carried of the end. That was praised for a little amount, but so much was put in until it went up to plenty. But this is so God will speak. You know the wrong what was going on. He allowed a male dom to be burned out. So what happened? No insurance. You see, we have to understand that these things are going to come up. But Mr. Speaker, through all of that, and I understand South and Central Andres, his way of getting up and going because he have to understand himself that he's not elected here by the good member for South. You're elected by the people of South and Central Andres. This is your job. Every member should have been in here. There's no exclusion, there's Parliamentary here, unless you have something to share. But not one member is here from the opposition. But I want them to defend what I'm going to say. Because now is the time for people to know what's going on. And it is good for him to come and explain himself to the Bahamian people himself. So I'm just going to throw it out there. I expect for them to come back to say whatever else again. But Mr. Speaker, you can imagine. Can you imagine? An entity that was appraised for about $13 million ended up costing the Bahamian taxpayers over an estimate of some $8 million. Or even more. You know what is so sad? You got a lot of things went on in Bamsi that. And it was a good idea. But was it an idea to begin or more corrupt? Was that what it was? I want explanation, just like the Bahamian people. But I'm going to allow the honorable member to do that. But I would say this much. No one does. After knowing what they've done, no one does. But everybody wants to go high. This one should be dying. That one should be dying. But then you're going to give a contract for $5 million to no insurance. That's volume. Because you know what is called for, get a contract. Under this administration, I can tell you everything is by the book. A lot may be frustrated, but by the book. That's the difference. But I would say this much. Again, Mr. And I would like for them to come at me and oppose me and say whatever they want to say. Force me to come. Force me to come and say something. Bring it out of me. But when you wanna give a contract for a building in Bambi. A building. Yeah, you want to build it, you want to do a building. A foundation. Let's go to a foundation. Let's go there. Yeah. Foundation was there. I would say that some $1 million for a foundation. Want them down to that. $3 million. And I want them to throw this out. But forget this. Get this, Mr. Speaker. That foundation never stopped. But hey, a project that is now in overage of over 100%. So imagine it. If you spend $3 million on a foundation, in overage you're looking at about probably $7 million. Overage. So imagine that going over. But I would say this much. For all of that money that was spent in Bambi, I challenge them today. Challenge them. Because no one signed. But yet this house was misled. And the record would reflect. And there are videos out. And I can go and get the hands up. These things are there. So the fact is there as to what was said and it relaxed. But that did not get, but no one resigned. Again, Mr. Go to Bam. Numerous texts. Numerous of texts. Over 600 and odd texts. Found 366. Or somewhere around there. For those texts. But guess what? It is so funny. Days before election. Days before. You are a member of this honorable house. Not only a member of this honorable house, a former minister. All about yapping now. I want them to challenge me. Yap. 151,000 or more dollars into a constituency for an empowerment program. Days before election. But when you saw the people reject you, money can't buy them. The monies that was sent down in cash was returned with a note to say we don't want it. We want you out. Cash money. But when this administration came in, if you think Ms. Miller could have run, you should see how fast that money get back on the account. Not all of it. Not all. Gotta talk, man. But then, again, Mr. Depp, no one died. But yet they come and they so soon tie their hand and break off running out of Parliament when they come back with stop. Not today. Not today. You can bring your voice out. You can talk, you can always talk. I don't mind. But I'll tell you this much. I stand today like Martin Luther King, who believed in freedom. I stand today like Mandela, 27 years in jail or more. I stand with my cause for the people of North Andros and the Berry Island, and for the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, who hard-earned tax dollars were wasted. But Mr. Speaker, as we move, we always have to clean up their mess. And God knows what he can do. We had a recession in 2008. Clean up their mess, come back 2012, spend all the money. Now doing it in 2017. As came into power, short years, great strides taking place in Bambi. Even though the buildings were not completed, we're about to do wonderful things in Bambi. Last year, Bambi suffered a tremendous loss in leadership with the passing of our late chairman, Kenneth Bell, on the 24th of September. His leadership brought a pronounced sense of business solutions to Bambi organization. He focused the operation on a heightened sense of accountability and choosing capital items which increase value and income to the operation. His rich legacy included his creativity in not downsizing the staff at Bambi, Mr. Speaker, which some may say that this honorable member of North Andros took it upon himself to bring down the unemployment rate with some 200 and odd staff, yes. But all was in mind. This administration, after a political quest to try to sway voters by bringing them into Bambi during the election time, none of those employees were laid off. What members of parliament or leaders should do is always remember you are here not to take away jobs. That's why this honorable member knew that he had to create jobs. So in Bambi, that's what I did. People were there, and I expand the acreage. Make sure that more was there for people to enjoy and for more food to be on the table for my people who were in need. That's what it's all about. Right now, concentrated on construction. Past chairman also enhanced the infrastructure on the campus. Bambi now has a new rebuilt office on campus, along with an administrative area where with miles away to go. When you go to the administrator's office, it is about at 5 to 10 miles away from where the office is. Now everything is on Bambi. That was his vision. And it cost the government less by putting all of it on property. That's what the former chairman did. We were not about spending and trying to be lavish and going on their crafts, coming up and down. That is not this administration. We don't have that kind of time. We have a now new refurbished parking house where producer washed, bathed, started, and is parked and now solely on campus under our late chairman. Prior to that, part of the parking house by San Andreas Parking House going to Red Gate, part up by Bambi. Now everything that Bambi has is on Bambi, parked at that Bambi. Great. About food security. Consolidation of the personnel. Like I said, from one end to the next, now nothing to worry about. It's the thing of the past. We had a vision to cut the cost because it was very expensive for the government to carry Bambi. So what he did was focus on short-term profits. He made sure that put things out there that would help put more stuff in Bambi that did not depend on the government. People started those short-term crops, such as tomatoes, peppers, hot peppers, papayas, cucumbers, potatoes, watermelon, even pineapples. Doing that. By doing that, the income schemes were were created, which reduced the financial dependency from the government. Also, some of the capital items such as vehicles, machinery, and construction were paid for from the sales of those same products. Deputy Speaker, North Andres or Andres in general has a large land mass and watershed. In the Bahamas, has the largest. And it is critical that BAMS continue to produce and operate at a sustainable level. Over the past 12 months, the improvement of the parking house has earned the right for BAMSI produce to carry a seal of good standing from Boston. BAMSI has attained that level of quality, of value, of our produce, and our produce value has now in what items that we or produce that we in BAMSI are lettuce, arugula, where we have already dealt with the red lettuce, we have red lettuce, we have green lettuce, we have basil, we have kales, all of them are part of what BAMSI is producing. And over the past year, well, they're now being used, and we're going to start getting them out there more. But now they're now being used a lot in by the locals over there. But our cooler this far was over 8,000 for this year with lettuce alone. We also have our famous BAMSI stopper. BAMSI stopper is doing very well and has an increasing local demand. It's another type of tilapia, but it's really good. I tasted it myself, and it's really nice. And we now have a fish hatchery that is successfully established, and thus the production of the future generations of products will occur locally. BAMSI is providing information also to various entrepreneurs who have interest in developing agriculture, aquaculture, aquaponics, all of those businesses have them all there at BAMSI. BAMSI also has a livestock pasture now that is in full force to reduce the cost of our feed coming in. We now can use that and got them on good pastures right now that is causing the government less money again. Mr. Keith Grand Bahama. Yeah. All about saving. We have a remnant of herd that improvement program. And what we did was that we provided quality sheep and goats to local Long Island and Elutra farmers. Not Elutra. These animals included some of the best bred bloodline in the Caribbean region, which we enhanced to the local herd. Improving food security is BAMSI's #1 priority. There are different ways in which we can do that. One way in which the minister, and I know he's going to elaborate more on that when he comes on, it's about our cassava and sweet potato that we are sending out, because we believe that communicable diseases can come from the foods that we import. And we import a lot of rice and a lot of Irish potatoes. For a country that is named #1 with obesity in the Caribbean, you have to be careful. So give now this part, cassava and potato on to Abaco, also Grand Bahama, and Cricket Island is going to be next in that also. Just so people can see that we're trying to expand where we are as far as our food security is concerned and in a more healthier manner. Finally, Bounty continues to contribute towards a socio-economic fabric of North and being in a major. It is the largest single entity. I must repeat this again. That employs over 200 people. But the goodness from this is that construction continues to expand in North End, where apartments and business complexes are being built. Bounty is also offer economic opportunities throughout spin-off business in North End. Since its implementation of the AFC program, we have experienced many success. And Mr. Speaker, there were 14 people on this program in 2019-2020. And the top 10 crops produced by the farmers on this program were cabbage, goat peppers, tomatoes, onions, cucumber, thyme, pumpkin, sweet potatoes, watermelon, sweet pepper. And there's no room for us to have any of them. As a result of this program, we look to increase smallholder farms income, create new job opportunities for more farmers, and increase product quality, leading to better price for farm produce. The Speaker, I now turn to Noran. Unlike the member for Naughty Lutra, I was trying to prepare myself to come here today. Took a ride down, went down about what was going on. Kind of missed being home in Andres, and it was bearing on me, and I was like, I ready to go. As soon as I finished, there's something going on. I stopped in the front of my church on by Robinson Road. There was a young lady that came up to me because I wanted to feel the fresh going in my face.
We expect it off the record.
And I would say this much, Mr. Speaker. And no, it's not a slip of the tongue, my brother. You gotta hear this. You gotta hear this. Huh? What, the fresh breeze? Yeah, I like to feel like fresh breeze blowing in my face. You want me to stop at fresh breeze? I got something for you, man. Got something for you. Young lady said to me, because I told you I felt like it was something on. And she said, Mr. Bowleg? And I said, yes, ma'am. The young lady went on and said, I watch you on TV all the time. And I said, yes, ma'am. She said to me, she said, you know, you have to continue doing the good work that you're doing in your constituency. I hear you talking about all of those things that you're doing, and I want to listen and be good. You know, I want us all to have something good to brag about what we've done. She said, you only was there for 2 years? I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, for all those things you say that you've done, you did more than all of those ones who was on the opposing side, and I vote for the one here, than what you did in 3 years, and they ain't do it in 3 terms. thank you, Lord, for sending your guardian angel to me today. Now I know what I'm going to do. Now I know. I'm going to talk about the things that I've done in North Andros, and I'm going to be proud to do it because, they throw all kinds of things at me. They throw things at me to try and discourage me as much as they possibly can. Let me say this to you. 1972 to the present day, there were 7 members of Parliament since then. From 1972, because some had turned. Right? Let me clear the air again. Every one of those members of Parliament for North Andros and the Berry Islands, the constituents, were all ministers. Yeah. So they throw that at me. They say, oh, he don't have no pulse. He can't do nothing. He don't know what to do. Because he don't have no say, he ain't no minister. This is the first time North Andros has never had a minister. You are also correct. I'm a parliamentary secretary. I'm proud to be one in the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. Learning for some of the best I consider. I was blessed with the honorable member for Bamboo Town at the first beginning, who taught me very well, brought me up and now made me caused me to do my first flight internationally more than 2 hours. Sent me to Barbados, and as scared as I was on the plane, I didn't want to go. So he tell me, you going. I go on that flight. That was the best one I had so far. It was a very learning one. And then God blessed me with another one. Sometimes I say, Lord, you give me this one, but he called me 5 o'clock in the morning and asked me if I up. I don't know why he's doing this. Sometimes I wonder if he's asleep. But he always has something that he wants to teach you. These are leaders. These are people who we should look out for. So I say to you, North Andros in the Berry Island, I'm being trained very well to be your next minister in the house. See, but no use I sugarcoat, because I can tell you right now, for a member of Parliament that was not a minister, I dare challenge every one of those ministers to come and do what I'm doing here tonight and put it in the newspaper, or you can send it out via whatever, because we have it all over the place, and say what you've done during your era compared to this non-minister. Mr. Speaker, there was a need. After years of our people riding in the back of a truck when they're sick and injured, when I myself was in an accident and in the back of the truck, there I was, every bump there was with a broken bone I felt. There was not an ambulance, not one in sight. I said, whenever I get into this honorable house, the first thing I'm going to do for my people in my constituency, instead of our people dying inside of their vehicle, was get an ambulance. And today, Mr. Speaker, ambulance is in North Andros, and one is in the Berry Islands, trying to our good people from Royal Caribbean. I have 2 areas that I'm running, my brother. In 2016, we experienced then the most horrific hurricane ever to hit our shores by Hurricane Matthew. It demolished buildings in those towns. It washed away the regatta site. Today, Mr. Speaker, this member of Parliament made sure that that regatta site is rebuilt, and it is rebuilt stronger than ever before. We're recreation and togetherness for our people can come together right out there on that regatta site. This member of Parliament. The need for urban renewal center. Thank you, Mr. South Shores. The need for urban renewal center is now in North Andros. Hopefully I can get that in the Berry Island. But I have that in North Andros right now. Mr. Speaker, these are all things that have been accomplished thus far by this member of parliament for North Andros and the Berry Island, who's not a minister. We had a wonderful time before this pandemic, and the Minister of Education can relate to this. The renaming of a school, of a well-deserving teacher after years and years of hard work in my hand, I went to her hand. And today she is proud to know that her nephew is now a member of parliament. People who were with her, one of the best neurologists, the Clyde Munnin, went to her. Also, the Mark Munnin went there, and many more success. And her daughter who was running best there, and her son-in-law, all went to a well-deserving name, renaming from the Maxi Point Primary School to the now Rosella M. Woodside Primary School. And I want to also thank my good brother, I can call him. I hope that Michael don't get mad, but he's from Andros. I don't care what you say. That's a Stanley Creek man. He's always there with me. So he helped me through that also. You know, the introduction, where I believe that we're going to lose a lot, they're going to lose faith within themselves as far as in the school is concerned. They're not going to be able to graduate and they feel left out. I think I always, and I was on the campaign trail and I was talking about my good friend who didn't learn much in school. He didn't care to know too much about the book, but the thing that he learned most was English, math. And today my friend is the number one, to me, plumber in this country. To me, he is. And he did that to be guy. So I thought the best thing for me to do is to make sure BTI is in Andros. And BTI is in North Andros today. And it's also offering free scholarship to anyone that comes along. And I think that is also for boundaries, right? So North Androsians has no excuse. Free tuition from BTI and free tuition from boundaries. Speaker, every time I see pipelines on my paper, I always remember the member for Long Island. He loves pipelines. But I want to thank him. After years and years, I want you to see this. This is after years and years. I think very after years and years of not having clean running water in our house. Yes, this is what government is. After years and years not being done, this administration now gave us clean running water with pressure into our homes. Not only in Mastic Point, Punktown, Nicholstown, Fire Road, Pineville, all of them can enjoy now pressure coming into their home. Some call me and say, man, the pressure's so high, it bites the pipe in the wall where we ain't had pressure like this for so long. Huh? And I want to let you know right now, after the pipe has been laid, I sat down and I was like, the road needs to be paved. And you know what happened? Let me tell you how people go. All this work being done, they say, oh, the people start doing this. I give them credit for what they did. But I give them credit. But Cat Island would never stand up and say they do it, though. Cat Island could come and take the credit for it if he did it. I don't mind that. See, but what you gotta understand is that I give Cat Island credit for doing Central Andhra and come up to Bar. Gotta give credit where credit is due, but when you hit Master Coin and myself and my brother, I campaign on that. That's me. So when you want to talk about paving the roads in Master Coin, North and South, Punkstown, Nicholstown, Pineville, Fire Road, that's this member of Parliament who made sure that that was possible to ease the commute between those settlements for his constituents. That's what this member of Parliament did. Mr. Speaker, 17 years. 17 years. A community center. Campaign again. Campaign again on this. 17 years. I told the Berry Islanders, I said, I would make sure that your community center was finished. Some people still come back and they said, the Royal Caribbean who signed it. I say 17 years. You had F&M in power then, you had PLC in power up that time, and none of them did it, and Royal Caribbean still was there. Got those people down, and I told them, if you're going to invest coming into this country, it's only fair that you give us something back. And we completed that community center after 17 years. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something again. We have a lot of projects that are on the way in North Island that are going on right now. We have a school that is started under the former administration in Losan Primary. After this pandemic now is back on the go again. So we have people that is going to be working, doing in that capacity. We also have the Stanley Creek Bridge. A bridge under construction right now. This is what is going on right now to provide jobs throughout this pandemic as time go on in different phases, people can be able to work. This is what you call progress. This is what you call good representation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have a culvert that is also in effect at London Creek. It's also in effect in London Creek right now. All again, Mr. Speaker, is work that is being done in North Andhra under this present administration. This is the most in my time, and I'm only 26, that I've seen in North Andhra thus far.
Are you misleading the House, Mr. Member for? You're not misleading the House, right?
No, I'm not.
You say you're 26?
I know they could do their research. Mr. Speaker, again, we're talking about progress. 35 years, Mr. Speaker. When you land in the Berry Islands, the first thing you see is a terminal that's not even presentable. Yet they say, when election was going on, 2017, more contracts were signed, but I know the House didn't know than ever before. This was one of those contracts. Yes. And I'll say, this is under construction right now. This is progress. A brand new terminal in the Berry Island right now is going on. Brand new terminal is going on right now in the Berry Island. And I'll say this. It should finish by the end of this year or early next year. Mr. Speaker, that is progress. A tarmac is also being put in there, in the Berry Island. Well, I do what I have to do because I have to prove to people that it doesn't take a minister to do the work that needs to be done. It takes a proper representation to do the work. And that's what this member of Parliament will continue to do for the people of North Andhra and the Berry Island. We have a tech block. Years and years at the North Andhra High School. Not complete. Mr. Speaker, now that tech block is going to be completed by this week or next week. That same tech block. After years and years. But yet, many they try and say whatever they want to say. That the girls didn't finish it. Take us to finish what they did do. Okay? Our future projections, Mr. Speaker, is very, very challenging for us, but I have to talk to my colleagues when it comes down to this administrative complex that was condemned in the Berry Islands for years. Years and years. Right now, that house, national insurance, it's about 20 by 30. That's all the building is. But it has national insurance inside of it. It has a post office inside of it. It has a clinic and a courthouse inside of it. Now you imagine that. We've had people already who had to have serious conditions or emergencies done inside the courtroom. So we have to address that situation and make sure that we locate until we can build an administrative complex in the Berry Islands. Look at those cornholes that we have there. They're not cornholes in the Berry and in Red Bay. Those roads are last completed on my mission of what I've campaigned on as far as me dealing with our upgrades and infrastructure. So I'm begging this administration, which I know will help, because after all that they have done so far, I don't believe they're going to leave me now. So I know that my roads and Red Bays will be done, because they show me that they will do roads for me. I know that the pipes in Red Bays will be done, because I know that they will do that also. I know that the roads in the Berry Islands will be done, because I know they will do that. Mr. Speaker, also after we've already done that bridge in Sandy Creek, that is under construction right now, we're looking for a bridge in Stafford Creek to begin after that. Also the sea walls on the bay in Stafford Creek to be there, to be put up, Mr. Speaker. Also in South Master Point in front of the graveyard, when we have storms and stuff that surge come over. So I know that we're going to look into all of that and fix those situations. Now this one here is one that I really need to be taken care of, because from I was a child, we've been having this issue during the summer. When you have power plant that is always there and it's dropping and it's burning up a lot of equipment, we need to upgrade. So our power plant in North Andros needs to be upgraded. And also, Mr. Speaker, the Nicholstown Clinic. After this pandemic, we're looking, I know that I would have to do my research on this, and I would have to talk to the Prime Minister on this one, because I need to find out why we haven't started that as yet, because that was a contract also signed for our time. But we need to have that clinic up and running in a more better state. It's leaking, the bulb doesn't work, you always have to be dealing with that and fixing it. The generator is down, it's in poor condition. And now that we have a chance to fix that after all of this stuff that is transpiring with the pandemic, I hope that we can get that done very soon. Also, new terminal in San Andres. Our terminal building now was burned down for the past 15, 20 years. I look like I'm the fixer when it comes to long-term things like this that was years and years. So I know I can depend on our good Minister of Finance to look into that for me too. Mr. Speaker, you know, after this pandemic now, I would like for my people in North Andros to look at a more better way and tap into the market of ecotourism. Bird watching. Hit the national parks, discovering and exploring and seeing what's going on in the back on the west side. Sightseeing to historical sites. Some that I've already underbrushed, like the Morgan's Cave in Morgan's Bluff, and also the Henry, the Uncle Charlie Ocean Hole. That was cleaned up. Also around the pond by the airport, when you come in now, you can see nice ducks in the lake. All of those are projects that we do in the beautify. And to make sure that we have our sites in historical sites up and running. And most of all, Mr. Speaker, when I look at Mastic Point, I remember as a little boy growing up and on the side of the road on top of the hill, I know they know where I'm talking about. There was a historic site there when we were under the British colony that the British site business. So I have that cleaned down now to be historic. So with those things in place, Mr. Speaker, maybe our residents can embrace that and now look at things. I'm going to try and speak to tourism and see if we can have a program going on and then train our people on how to do that, where they can tap in the market that millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, again, I would like to thank the people of North Andros and the Berry Island constituency for allowing me to be their voice in this honorable house, and for thanking them for adhering to all of what the authorities has been saying as far as the pandemic and this virus is concerned. And not to let us get relaxed on what is going on out there. To always remember that COVID-19 is not going anywhere. But we have to be vigilant of what to do and wear your mask, sanitize your hands, do the necessary things that need to be done to keep healthy, and also keep those loved ones, those little ones that you have in your home healthy. And Mr. Speaker, on that note, North Andros and the Berry Island support this bill, this budget, and I know that it will do this country well. I know that after this, Mr. Speaker, that we will be back stronger than we ever was before. And I know that we will stand through this like we did when we stand through Hurricane Dorian. I know that we will stand through this as we stand through the Great Depression, recession, Mr. Speaker. I know that God is with us, and whom God keeps is well kept, Mr. Speaker. And when I leave, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to reflect that one thing has happened here tonight. That the work this member of parliament did, not as a minister, but as a parliamentary secretary, will speak for him. God bless you, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, North Andros. Thank you, North Andros and the Berry Island. That's many. As many. Chair recognizes the member. Chair recognizes the member for South Shore. Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I do move that the House suspends until tomorrow, 10 a.m., Wednesday, the 10th of June, 2020.
It moved and seconded that the House suspends until the 10th of June at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. As many members in favor remain